Pardon me. I do believe we are live. What is going on here? Okay. What we got going on here? I think we're live. And hey guys, as you may see, I did some work off stream yesterday. What's going on, Max Mad Labs? I did some work off stream yesterday, and look at it. We got our. This is not the Unity thing. This is not the Unity thing. This is my engine just doing this. I mean, it's not. It's shaders. It's nothing crazy, but it's cool that hey, we have like the day and night cycles happening, and it's working just good. $1. Why you say $1? What's $1? But yeah, dude, I'm excited. So this can pivot into a bunch of different directions today. We can pivot through a couple different directions. I could continue working on this and start having that little loading screen thing here and figure out how I want to do text rendering. Text rendering sounds fun. I might do a sprite based thing like a font atlas, but that would be fine. I don't know, there's like, I can also work on the time displaying thing on the bottom right corner. That still necessitates a texture thing, or text font thing. There's a lot that can be done, but I'm just so happy, dude. I'm so happy. This like looks genuinely so freaking good. So friggin' good. So I don't know. I might just play some Skyrim too. Who knows? Or work on day 14 of Fight and Flight, which I've been slacking on, but whatever. I work on what's interesting to me in the moment. And it's not that Fight and Flight isn't interesting, it's just that I don't have clarity on what to do, what I want, how I want to architect and design certain things. So I really just want to wait a little bit and let my brain work on it in the background process while I work on something else in the foreground. So that's why I'm kind of just messing around, fudging around in this. Aseprite. But I'm very, very happy with this. Very, very happy. It looks very smooth. And I think it's probably like even the debug version of it feels like it's running way better than the Unity version. Like the Unity version kind of chugs. Like right now, debug mode version of this, that's how it looks. No, I'm not even outputting any kind of like FPS data or anything. So we have this, and then if I were to go into this and then stream world and then go to build. Oh my goodness. And then we do this dot. Yeah, we have the dumb Unity flash screen. There's like a little lurch that happens. Yeah, it feels like it's more stuttery by comparison. Like we have this, and then and let's just run both of them. Why not? What's going on, bro? What's going on, man? I'm kind of staying here. Like, hey, let's go, dude. Welcome to stay here, man. Thank you. I'm glad you dig the stream, man. So the cozy engine version of this. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's also laggy on stream for you guys. Yeah, because I forget sometimes stream, even on the OBS that looks a little bit more laggy. Looks better. I think I want to play around with more color choices though, and color blending. But yeah, dude, I'm excited with this. You're the best. I wouldn't agree that I'm the best streamer, but hey, man, I appreciate it. I'm just a dude doing some work. That's all I am. That's all I can be. And hopefully you guys enjoy it. Hope you have enough snacks. Yep, I ate 2 drumsticks of chicken, 2 tostones. I'm gonna have a whole box of fruit rounds. I got a huge thing of water and some seltzer water. Drank a little cream soda. I think we're gonna be in here for a while, man. So, by the way, thank you, Nothing. I'm glad I appreciate it, man. Anyways, software time, right? Software time. So we kind of figure out some stuff. So we figured out how to make StreamWorld have whatever shader here. So if you look at the data path here and look at the levels, you can see that we not only define the tiles, but we can now define their fragment shader. So the background's using the sky fragment shader, and this is using the cloud fragment shader, and these are just using the default one. Beautiful. Perfect. Exactly what you want, man. So now the thing I want to work on is defining some text. And I need to figure out how I want to do that. I'm thinking I might bake that into the application instead of the scene file. I don't know, or maybe I just do it here. I don't know. Maybe that's a luxury I can just do in the actual application. Like I could do text, and then we can set like some kind of coordinate for it. Then we can define like what is the actual text. So maybe hi or loading. But then there's things that are gonna be procedural as well, like the bottom right display that shows like the time and date, which is gonna change variably. So I could add this, and that still might be useful, but I think I might just keep this excluded from the level file and instead just kind of display it. What's going on here? I'm hungry. Get some snacks, man. For less than 3 minutes. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, CAM production. You know. Yeah. I do imagine. Gotta leave by. I love the stream so much. Thanks, man. Hope you have a good one. JK ain't leaving. Oh my goodness, he baited me. Pranked ya. He got me. Should I have mod or nah? Oh, let's see one more time, man. What games are you playing? I'm thinking lately I've been like maybe it's because I go through like this. I play Skyrim during like kind of pivotal, maybe not pivotal, but I don't know, transitionary periods in my life. So lately I've been getting into Skyrim again for the like. Last time I was playing, I tried Skyrim out. Not Skyrim, but last time I got into Skyrim was like 5 years ago when I was like unemployed and I just graduated from college. And as soon as I got a job, I just kind of dumped that. Because I was like, all right, no more. I got a job. I'm going to start leveling up in real life and try to get decent at programming. And now I've been lately it feels like I'm in this transitionary period. I don't know how or why, but it feels like that. And I've been trying to play some Skyrim. Besides that, though, I've been doing a lot of RuneScaping too. Not as much these past 2 days, but I've been grinding on the RuneScape. On the scape. Where's RuneScape? Where's that RuneScape? And then Old School Rally is another game I've been grinding on. I thought I put my RuneScape in my favorites. Yeah, Old School Rally and then Old School RuneScape. The 2 old school games are the 2 ones I've been throwing time into. JoJo programming this looking thing. What do you mean, like JoJo, like JoJo reference? Sí, yo puedo hablar un poquito de español. Yo puedo entender, pero es un poco difícil para hablar español. Yo puedo entenderlo más mejor que hablarlo. Pero yo trato de hacerlo. Yo trato de hablar. I love Hollow Knight. I still need to play it more, man. I only tried like a little bit. I never got super into it. Not to say it's a bad game or anything. I just haven't, for some reason, just put the time into it. Okay, so we have our Aseprite. So I need to think about how I want to do this texture thing. The easiest way to do textures would be like, besides like getting a library for that, would be making like a texture atlas of some sort. Make it have a certain size, so I can do, and I guess like the font. Do I have Motley installed in here? I don't have Motley Crew. They're not Motley Crew, but Motley or something. We can do a test. We can just use some font that just exemplifies, that I can just test with, and then we can go from there. Which one looks good? Which one do I like? Oh, there's one that looked rounded. Comic Sans. We can do some Comic Sans. Deja Vu. That looks pretty good. Okay, so we can do some Deja Vu, and I just do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. We're going to be doing this actually quite a lot, so maybe I should just put this in a text buffer somewhere. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now we know our ABCs. And then there's a Vim way to like select everything and then... No. I know there's like a Vim way to lowercase stuff. I forgot how you do it though. How does one lowercase things in Vim? I forgot. We can start with this though. And then we can paste it in here and then generate. Why are you not happy? I selected a font. Did I not? You can't be doing this to me, man. Okay, whatever. Yes. Oh, you're killing me. It says there's no text? What are you talking about? Okay, you know what? Maybe I just don't deal with that, or maybe I just use a library. Hey, catch up, guys. 1 second. You typed K instead of Q. W, X, Y, Z. J, K, L, M, P, Q. Thank you for catching that. I may be able to program. 2 lowercase. That's isn't that this in C though? And like that's a C++ thing. I'm talking about like in Vim. J. Okay. Do I have to be in? I'm in visual mode right now. That's like for movement. What are we building? I'll show you. So for those who were here last stream, we have StreamWorld working, and I did some work off stream, and now we have the day-night cycle working. So not only does like not only do we have our like camera movement and little parallax effects and stuff like that, we have we have the ability to change a shader in the level file. Now we actually have the night cycle, day-night cycle working, which is cool. How's it going, Terrell? Good to see you, man. H, J, and then you press U or something. Let's see. This is just out of curiosity now. Visual, so we're in visual mode. Nope. You're right, it is you. So select this and then U. There we go. So we can have like this texture atlas. So we can use this to start generating the text for our atlas. I feel betrayed by Aseprite. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Aseprite has been my tried and true. I've been a stan for Aseprite, a day one supporter. Yeah, not day one supporter, but I've been ever since I've picked up Aseprite. It's been my number one thing. I've talked so much about my love for it, and yet here it betrays me. It betrays me. Why? What have I done wrong? There's no text. What do you mean there's no text? You can't keep doing this. Okay, let's try a different. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Okay, so maybe it's just the font that was the problem. Maybe it's just the font we used. That's the problem. Maybe I'm being too harsh to Aseprite. Maybe it's not Aseprite's fault. Maybe it's just the font. All the custom fun fonts I have here just don't seem to work. Yeah, like this one works fine. But yeah, so I'm thinking I could do like my own kind of font set for and then make an atlas, and we can make a shader that lets you index into it given like a character. Let's do maybe 512 by 512. Been eating nonstop for like 3 weeks now. Jeez, dude. I mean, that's been kind of the holiday season for me, man. I've been on Kirby mode as well. You missed the J. You have G. Oh. Oh no. C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Thank you for catching that. That would have been bad. I guess I don't know my ABCs, dude. And then we can make this a bigger font size. Like, I don't know, 18 or something. Just something to test with for debugging purposes. And then if all goes well, we can... I mean, text is like this weird, complicated thing because, like, I'm gonna make, the way I'm implementing this, you're just gonna end up with like a mono font of some kind. Like, that's just what's gonna happen. Or monospaced font. But there's some certain types of fonts that's just not a good thing. That's not the desire. Also, why is it when I'm clicking here, my mouse keeps teleporting over here to the third screen? Oh man, didn't realize stream was happening. It's okay, man. My streams are very sporadic. My streams are very sporadic. Yeah, I've been wanting to do this type of thing for a while. Maybe we keep it simple. Don't even do the lower cases. Not yet, at least. Actually, let's just do... Let's do like 32. But yeah, and it's gonna be... We're just gonna implement this in a dumb way. And we're just gonna see where it takes us. And we're gonna learn lessons, probably the hard way. But that's fine. Because these are lessons we probably should learn now in a low stakes thing than when I'm actually working on a more long-term project in this little engine. This little baby engine. Yes, thank you. I like it when my mouse teleports forever away. How did you know that's my favorite? In fact, it would even be simpler and just start with like a few letters and then see how that looks. And then before committing to structuring all this. There's also a lot of space waste here. I'd rather have this be like a more tight sprite. You know, honestly, what we can do, which might be easier than what I'm doing here by doing this manually, I can do like I could define like what the size of each individual cell is going to be, like 32 by 32, let's say, or maybe 64 by 64. But I want to make my own typeface at some point. And I mean, this is going to be a sacrifice no matter what. Like, there's going to be some level of tedium, but I can make. I'm sorry, what? I can make each individual letter as like a frame here, and then you can export it as a sprite sheet. Which, yeah, tedious, but at the very least it's kind of structured in a much easier way. And I can even do some easier stuff like adding some rules in the bottom. And then, no, what are we doing? I can set some parameters here for like how things should lay here. Make this locked, make this extended to make this all linked. Yeah, linked. I'm sorry, I thought I made you linked. Oh, they're locked. Dude, I'm like fighting. Why am I fighting today? Why they got me fighting like this? Either way, this feels like some kind of format. Y'all good, right? Yeah, we're good. Sure, okay. Yeah, let me show you the work we got. Let me show you the progress. This is not the original. This is the new stream world in the engine. It's working. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm very bad with chat. In here, what's going on, Max? HIGK instead of HI. Yeah, it's the old pasted version. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I might keep doing this, honestly. I'm not sure. I kind of want to do the font thing because that's been kind of my brain. At the same time, though, I can't lie. I can't lie and say that, does capitalization actually matter? It does matter. Wow. But Fight and Flight's been kind of in my brain. I've been watching a bunch of, making a mood board of all the different types of, media I want to take inspiration from for this game. If you need loads up. Yeah, in my own engine. I kind of forked my own, like I'm using the engine for another project, and I kind of made a fork of it, kind of, to make this like startup screen happen. So this past two streams have been this, just getting this to happen. I'm very pleased as punch with it. I was watching some Skyrim lore videos yesterday while we're doing this. We have to like fiddle around with the colors, but this is pretty good. I want to figure out though how to have because there's things across shaders are gonna be repeated. So like this day-night function is gonna be pretty similar across other instances that may have to be colored by it. So in GLSL you have this thing where you can have a CGNC file or a CG Inc file, a .cg Inc file, and it basically just copy and pastes like code in here. And I kind of wonder if OpenGL has that at all. A GLSL example. Yeah, because if I type cgnc equivalent for GLSL library file, that would be very handy. If not, like I might have to do a thing, like add a step into the compilation of it where I directly copy and paste the contents from like my own like GLSL library file into the file. When the engine loads up and loads the shaders, it just does that processing before building the programs. That's just more work to do, but that's not crazy work. It's pretty simple and straightforward. No, not in Unity. Creating a GLSL library. Does not support namespaces. Yeah, I know that. But yeah, like I'm want to figure out if that's a possibility. If not, I might have to make something for that, which is, it's all right. You got to do what you got to do. We'll have a mod monitor horizontal chat. Yeah, dude, that's all right, man. I've decided to go for Electron and do it all in the browser. All right. Jump back and forth between it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Terrell. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. Are you on Twitch? YouTube constantly reminds me to engage and dims the content, and it's yeah, that's annoying. No, I'm not on Twitch. I left Twitch a while ago. Maybe I'll stream to Twitch as well, but for the time being, I'm just kind of chilling on YouTube. Also, I don't want to have, it's gonna be kind of bad for mods if like, because there's already two streams. There's a horizontal stream and a vertical stream, and it's gonna kind of suck for them to have another platform to have to like hop between for moderation. So it's yeah, I'm keeping it. I'm keeping things simple. But yeah, this whole pre-processing thing is it's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah, I need to see if GLSL equivalent. No, equivalent to cgnc file. If not, then we just do our own thing and it's not the end of the world. I mean, I think it's gonna be simple, but you know, how many times have I said it's probably simple, and then it turns into this rabbit hole of like so much multi-hour or even multi-day project. Which is how it is, man. All right, did this load? Let's play this game for a second. I want to just get. I'm gonna look at this with fresh eyes, fresh-ish eyes, and just get a feel for what I want to do with it. Yeah. So even on mobile, it's more extreme. But having some kind of indicator to be like, hey, this is an object that can hurt you is popping up. So you should move out of the way. The result of having this increased radius means that things are more further spaced out. So yeah, I think it's so we have to have like a higher density, I think, of objects. Because as the radius gets bigger, that means the same number of objects are spread further apart. And I tried remedying that a little bit, but yeah, and there's some other stuff I was thinking about as well, like how we implemented this thing to kind of not have we have this object pooling system, and then we only enable objects that are in a certain view, but we haven't actually implemented the disabling of I forgot what it was. We have like the enabling and not the disabling, or the disabling and not enabling. I forgot something like that for the game board. I need to go back and look at this. I don't have a solid solution in my brain for this though. Yeah, the layered cylinder is really fun, man. I'm glad you like it, Annie. Bro, you have to be doing this intentionally. Why do I keep finding out 1 or 2 a.m.? I don't know, man. I just go live whenever that's usually the time that's free for me here. I think for the next project, I'll make a VN engine in C++ that works with HTML and C. A visual novel engine. Why do you want to use HTML? You seem very dead set on using HTML and CSS and JavaScript. I wonder why that's a priority. Like if you're making your own visual novel engine in C++, I'm not sure why you're gonna tie yourself to this whole separate thing that wasn't even meant for displaying objects in that kind of way. I guess maybe it's the most easiest for like visual novels, but like even then. Include. Okay, thank you, Grobble. That's what I was wondering. I was like, okay, I feel like there had to be a thing like that. GLSL include. I just wasn't sure how GLSL include. How to use. Yes, it's exactly what I was looking for. Because I like having just unified logic in one place. Jeez. Shader files. What does a GLARB shading language include? No, I'm looking just for. Okay, here we go. Let's go to the Kronos forums. Well, it's a forums though. It's not documentation. So you can define. Okay, here we go. Yep, struct.glsl. Okay. And I wonder how that works in the like, do we load it as a separate like it's just a regular program, and then it just knows it's aware of that? This is okay. This is actually very nice. Okay, let's see if it works the way I want to. That's C++. It's so bright. It's so bright. The screen's so bright. It's killing me, dude. It's killing me. On Linux with C# is very rare site. Love that. Oh no, it's C++. We're doing C++. And I'm trying to make it more like C. We'll get there eventually. You can use something like GLSL or Slang. The cross compile to GLSL if you need that. Picked up Slang. It's got a whole lot. Yeah, I was looking at that actually a long time ago. It seems like another layer above GLSL. Which GLSL are you using? I think it's just in the spec. I need to do Pragma once and now all that. You have to take a look at that. I'm just using GLAD and GLFW, so I'm not sure how they're actually using. Let me find it actually. Oh, this is not C-line. Here's C-line. Yeah, we use C# for the Unity projects. For the engine stuff, though, we use C-line. Actually, I think we have a shader module thing that's in charge of. Yeah, no, that's a preset ones. Shader module. Yeah, we have GeoLink program and GeoGet program. I have to take a look into this. with all of your personal, I personally do not have anything to discuss. I want someone to bring up a topic so we can all discuss it together, like a little, we're gonna have a council. I don't know C++, even so that will be a whole thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, why? Because C++ is, if you're picking up C++, that's a whole thing in of itself, especially if you're going from JavaScript land. So picking up C++ and then doing your implementation of HTML and CSS and JavaScript seems very gnarly of a project, as opposed to just implementing the thing you want to have work in C++. Especially for a visual novel thing. Like, visual novels are not like, you can make it very simple and very lean. Might be the way to go if you're slinking. I'm probably gonna stick with a GLSL. So I'll try to do the include, and then if not, I can always just do my own. I can make my own preprocessor for for this. Either way, it wouldn't be that crazy. But if it has something built into it for include, then I'd rather just use that. Because that's going to be helpful when we do the lighting model. Because in Unity, we have my own, like, we have, I'm not using Unity's lighting system, right? And then it's super easy to make a new material that's hooked into the lighting system because everything's within a cgen.c file. Like, I can go to CC Light Model, and there's a cgen.c file that has all the lighting functions and global variables are required for it to work, which is nice. I like that, and I kind of want to have that same kind of structure for the GLSL shaders in my engine project. That way things can be very centralized, and you know, it's just easy to work with and nice and reusable across a variety of materials and whatnot. I'm also debating if I want to even add the concept of materials, or if I want to still have this very tied to the idea I have for this, because I think the game I'm working on is going to be very straightforward to the point where I don't need to do that, I think, but we'll see. Something ARB underscore shading language underscore include, but I'm not sure. Okay. Change from Pop! OS to Arch because a friend said Arch is just dope. I had a nice time with Catchy OS, which is Arch based, but I ended up switching to Mint. If you're doing this pre-processing, you can do the fun thing where you could put the fragment and vertex shader in the same file and just annotate them and do the splitting in the preprocessor. Yeah, that opens up that kind of possibility too, which is kind of nice. I do like that about GLSL, of just having the vertex and the fragment in one file. On the other hand, I kind of do like this. I don't know. I'm gonna see how this works out the more I do this, because yeah, it's kind of annoying, but then at the same time, like, I kind of like the simplicity of, like, or maybe I just keep it actually. Actually, it might be nicer to have everything bound into one file if I'm gonna do the pre-processing, because then, like, in the level file. Let me find it. I have the level file somewhere here, right? Yeah, here. Like, this is the file format for levels and scenes in my engine, and like, it's super simple. You define the entity type, its position, and then the asset that's going to be rendered on it, and then on top of that, we have like this vertex and this shader, the fragment shader you're going to use. But if you're doing something weird with vertex stuff, it's like, all right. It's going to be kind of redundant to be like, all right, we have sky, and then we have to also include the vertex for sky as well. Like, I actually kind of like that more, just having it be bound into one shader like it is in GLSL. Dang it, I think I'm going to do that. I think we're just going to do the pre-process. Like, I think we're just go to the pre-processing route and just unify everything. Because this feels so much more intuitive for me. Just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna use a sky shader. Oh, we're gonna use a cloud shader. If it has a weird vertex, like if it does weird stuff in the vertex, it doesn't matter. I don't have to worry about that. I'm just caring about the entire unit, like the entire pair instead of the individual things. I actually like that. So I think that actually works better. Okay, well, you know what that means, right? We're gonna have to Maybe I'm not going to do this. Maybe I'll do it in a future revision of the engine after we get this project, the cozy scene done, or Streamworld working. Ah, screw it. I think we're going to actually do that. All right, I'm going to have to think about how I'm going to design this. Because there's a few things to consider. There's honestly like just two things we have to consider, which is just Xcali draw, which is just taking this shader and like we're gonna have our, I don't know, our dot shader file, let's say. Okay, let's make this bigger. We have our dot shader file. Because right now we have dot frag and dot vert for each programs. And what I'm probably going to do is have just one unified thing that has both of them. And then I need to figure out how I'm going to split them into what this desires, which is a fragment program, or I guess a vert program first, and a fragment program. This is cool too, because we're gonna have this step, like not only do we split them, but then we also inject the next step from this would be like injecting or pre-processing these generated files. And pre-processing means that I just copy and paste, like we add our little libraries, copy and paste them into the code itself. We can also do, like, if we have global defined variables, I don't have to manually go into every single one to define it. I could just like have this be added onto it. Like we can have time be a baked in thing that I know for sure most shaders are gonna need to have. And if I decide to add like some abstraction for adding additional global uniforms, I can just do that. I can just do that here. So over here, like I don't have to manually place these things in there. I just know, hey, this global variable exists. It's gonna exist after I do my pre-processing. And then here we do like the linking and all that stuff afterwards. But that would be like how we go about doing this. And then it's just a matter of just having the delimiter between these two programs within the single file. But that's like not crazy, man. What's going on? Why did I just realize that you have 4 different cups? Yeah, we have a lot of cups here. We have a lot of cups going on here, sure. One's water, one's seltzer water, one's milk with cereal, and the other one's for tea. I try to think of this as a unified uniform section, then different sections for each module, something like that. Compute to, oh yeah, that's true, I can do that. Well, I can't stay for long, anyone. I gotta go sleep. He said, you have a go, man. Take care, dude. But yeah, like this is, I like this. I like this. Where all that metadata, data like that in Unity too. Yeah, I do want to avoid metadata stuff. Like I get why it's used, but I want to keep it somewhat. I know I'm saying I want to keep it simple, but I'm also complicating this greatly. But I think it's worth it, man. I think it's worth it. Also, thank you, SatterTech. What do you think about Hyperland? Never tried Hyperland, if I'm gonna be honest with you. But okay, I think this is what I'm gonna do in the future. This is gonna happen. The it's not a pipeline, but the shader processing pipeline. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Daniel. Hey, I've been reworking my shader system for a few weeks. The complexity is the fun part. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I love making. I like working on games more than I do finishing games. It's cool tackling this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna put a vote because I feel perplexed. I feel torn in a couple different directions on what I want to work on. There's the engine project and doing the font thing. That feels a little tedious though. This I know I can probably get some work done on. So maybe we'll call this today day 14 of making this game, of 21 I believe. Day 14, and we start tackling stuff I've been kind of neglecting. I need to look at the assets you sent me, Terrell, so we can take a look at that too. And I want to upscale the assets here too, because I'm not quite happy with this resolution. So, okay, I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to do that. It's manufactured engagement bait who only organize their workspace. What? What's 9 plus 10? You sound like my niece right now. You sound like my niece right now, dude. My niece keeps asking me like random math questions, not like because she wants to know. She wants me to say specific numbers, and I'm like, I know, I don't. Even if I don't know what the number she's trying to get me to say is, I just stopped answering any question like that on principle. I refuse to be gotten again by the brain rot. Yeah, that's exactly it. Aesthetical. This wins the internet today. That's what happens. All right. I think we're not gonna procrastinate. I think we're just gonna get work done. I think we'll be responsible. And I like, for all intents and purposes, as much as I want to do the font, I could always just make a static PNG and just throw it on there. And then, in fact, let's just do that real quick, and then we'll switch to Fight and Flight. I think that's what we're going to do. Let's just do the easy way first, and then we'll work from there. You probably thought I should dial back my future idea via an engine that uses JavaScript CSS. I don't know much about C++, but it would be easier to just make the whole init. How does C++ make a box like a box that will hold text? Okay, Draco. So C++ is just a language in itself, right? It does not have out the box the ability to display things, draw things to a screen, none of that business, right? If you want to have that ability to do that out the box easily, you have the options of engines or that stuff. Now, if you're going to do C++, if you really want to do C++, there is simple libraries that exist that let you just draw text onto a box. The ones I would recommend, or at least there's only two that come to mind. There's ImGUI. It's a very simple way of just rendering GUI onto a screen, and it's pretty powerful and easy. And you can do quite a lot with it. See, like, you can modify text, input stuff, there's buttons. For a virtual novel thing, I really don't think it's gonna be that crazy, and you can customize it beyond what you need it to be. So it's pretty sick, pretty powerful. Yeah, you can get a lot of mileage out of this, and you can stylize it how you want it. Another one that comes to mind is also Clay or Clay. This is an ultra lightweight single header file library that lets you just draw UI and text and stuff like that. So you have this whole organization of objects, and it's immediate mode, so it's actually very simple to kind of build your UI every single frame. So yeah, It's a thing. Those are two things I'd probably recommend. And then of course, like, Raylib probably has a full-fledged thing if you want to try using that. Yeah, Raylib. Let's see. Yeah, RLGL, Raymath. Yeah, RayGUI. So there's a module they have for C and C++ and or other languages too. I know they've done bindings for other languages that lets you build your UIs. Pretty cool. Pretty powerful. Never used it, honestly. I'm gonna be real with you, never used it. But hey, it's well loved. People use it. It's pretty good, pretty good. So you have options for displaying stuff on a screen. Not only just text and things, but you can also use it for images. Is it in Go too? Probably. There's probably a Raylib. Raylib Go bindings. Yeah, Go bindings for Raylib. There you go. So they have bindings for Raylib that lets you use the language. It lets you use Go in this case. I know Rust also has it as well. Yeah, it's pretty there, man. Clay's default backend is just straight Raylib. Yeah, there you go. On the screen, use Raylib and C++. There's nothing faster to get off the ground. It's just 3 function calls and loop. Yep, there you go, Grovel. Oh, man. Oh, so what's going on, TST? Good to see you, man. What are today's plans? So, as I showed earlier, we have StreamWorld kind of working, and I was going to make a system to, I was going to extend the engine to display text. But I decided, you know what, screw it. We're going to be lazy, and we're just going to do a thing to, we're just going to make a static image for the text and just call it a day. I still want to do, because if you go into the Cozy Cabin Games website, we have here we go, Cozy Cabin Games website. Oh wait, there we go. Let's zoom out a little bit. You can see the Cozy Cabin Games like wobble a little bit, so I can't just make it a static image. I think I still have to parse the things individually, but this is simple. I can just like splice the individual images or text and just slap them in there. In fact, it's like how many individual letters, unique letters are there? There's COZYABINMES. Okay. Yeah. I think, okay, what's the letters we need for Cozy Cabin Games? We have A, we don't have an M. You need an E and an S. So that's like all we need. That's all the letters we need. So I'll slap this into our I'm gonna slap this into the in here, and we're gonna send it. We're just gonna send it, man. We'll worry about making a proper bitmapped format font atlas and do things the right way. Sorry for too lazy to look up questions. All right, man. Oh, Gokhan SA, what's going on? Yep, we'll just work with it. We'll just work with it. So we're gonna let's do like 128 by. That seems excessive. I don't think we need. Maybe I want to have an ultra high resolution image. Who knows? Maybe I'm that kind of person. So what's the letters we have here? No, that's not. We're not doing the full alphabet. We're doing. Here we go. Copy. I'm sorry. What? There we go. That's what I thought. Boop, boop, boop. And now we're gonna make this white. And then there's like a... No. Why are you doing this? Stop doing this. I don't want this. And then let's find a font that actually does not offend me. Like maybe we can use Comic Sans. That seems respectable. That seems like the font for a person of my repute. Do I have anything load here? That looks good. Nope. Trebuchet. Nope. Does not catch my attention. So I shan't use you. Okay, yeah, Comic Sans. Comic Sans it is, dude. It's getting classic good old Comic Sans. Bold even. And then what was resolution? 128? Yeah, we'll do like 100. Yeah. Back now, we're gonna go full 100. 128. Why do you want this to be red? Oh, it's because I have this set to red. That's why. I was like, what's your problem, man? What's your damage, dude? And maybe make it a little bit bigger. 200. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. This is gonna be so dumb. This is like so dumb, dude. This is actually I feel so dumb for doing it this way. But you know, it's okay. You can't argue with the results. You can't argue with the results, okay? They are effective. Oh, is the Y too big? Oh, I didn't account for the Y. Okay. We're just gonna have one letter that's really... Oh no. This is one letter that's gonna be really... Okay, you know what? Burn everything. Burn everything. No, I refuse. We may be doing things the bad way. I guess now I do make my games in the browser till I make it in C++, which there's pros and cons. I mean, just Jocko, just do the thing, man. Just do the thing. I did, and I'm not dogging on you because I think I mentioned earlier. Like I did one of the first like trials with the engine, like for the website. Like this is in my own TypeScript thing, on browser. Like this is a TypeScript project I did. That was meant to make things feel very kind of allow me to work in web in a way that feels like Unity still, and it lets me pretend like I'm not in browser land. You can make stuff in browsers and have it be like fun and cool and whatever and responsive and whatnot. You just gotta do the thing, man, because you're gonna do it and you're gonna learn some stuff. I learned some stuff, and then I'm never gonna whenever I do a rework with the website, I'm just gonna burn it all down because I got it working, but it's also a lot of garbage code now. And in retrospect, not necessarily garbage in a way like it's not garbage for lack of like trying to structure or architect it, but rather it's garbage in like I architected this completely incorrect for what the goals I have in mind are. But like you only learn things by just doing them, you know? Spelling? No, I'm using just letters that are not repeated. So I'm just using like we have as you see there's no C in cabinet here because C already exists here. And then there's no A because A is already used here. So there's like a hash set of unique characters for the unique characters in Cozy Cabin games. Because there's no sense having like duplicate textures for the same like font or same character. So yeah, we're doing the things the bad way, but there's some method to this madness. There's some, I think, thought process that happens on occasion here. I'm not gonna say it happens all the time, but I like to pretend that we sometimes run a tight ship here in Cozy Cabin games. We like to pretend we do. Yeah. We're precisely imprecise. Wait. Yeah, this is for the Y. Okay, we're good. That's a better way of describing it. That's how we sell it ourselves. We're precisely imprecise. Oh, I could just zoom in. That sounds handy. Cozy. There we go. Yeah, I feel like you gotta be a little bit higher there, buddy. Okay. And then new frame. So we did the A already, and now we have to do the B. Oh, you're getting clipped just right there. Yeah, we're gonna have it be a little bit lower because weird things happen with textures when you have them, especially transparent textures when you have like the edge touching. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. C-O-Z-Y-A-B-I. I'm not sure that's how you spell cap. Oh, this is Alt N, and I have my Alt key used in i3, so I can't. It's becoming more and more of a liability having the Alt key be used in my i3 key thing. More than I would have expected. I'm sorry, is there an A in here? No, okay, there is an A here. Wait, we did B, and now we're doing I. We're doing I, there we go. I. CY, okay. New frame. Hopefully this just works. I think this is actually the best way to test this out. Cause it would suck to do this with the whole font set and then realize you made a mistake and have to go through it again. Maybe I should just test out the font atlas thing here. Even though it's not structured correctly at all for that. I'd have to do some manual moving around, but at least like moving around frames is easier than moving around stuff within one giant image. See, like this is driving me crazy. I don't know what it is with X11 that's just every time my cursor goes out a certain box, it just breaks. It's killing me inside. It's killing me inside, man. Nice death. Thank you, Sescott. Also, what's up, Nine Dragon? Oh, I gotta be like that, Billy. What's Billy doing? What's Billy doing? The code isn't garbage. You're garbage. Yeah, dude. What is to respect? Oh, you're always precise sometimes. Yep. 10% of the time, I'm precise 100% of the time. How about that? FNF, yeah, it's an old game I made called Fight and Flight, and I'm working on a remake of it in Unity within like 3 weeks. And we're gonna get back to work on it. after I finish this little project, this little engine thing. Not even engine, it's a stream world thing. Okay, we have these cleaned up. Cozy Abian. It's kind of nice that they, I mean, it's not nice, but it's also kind of cool that it's like, it seems like it indicates effort that they resize the text in, they resize the text in the preview images to fit, to minimize space, or to minimize empty space. So like crops out any empty areas that there's nothing shown in these little previews. That's pretty cool of Aseprite to do that. I should learn how to build Aseprite from source. Also, just to make this like the end goal would be eventually to have it where I don't even have to provide PNGs to my engine. I could just provide it ACE files, prepare it in a specific way, and just the engine will be able to load up the Aseprite files correctly. Like, that seems beautiful. That seems immensely beautiful. To just prepare everything in the ACE file and just send it. Like, that sounds like a dream. And I'm probably gonna do that eventually. That's kind of part of my ethos of like, hey, I want to have tools that fit my hand like a glove. And part of that is, this is definitely within that purview. But man, dude, time is so limited sometimes. Time really just be so limited. And then finally the S. There we go. Hard to build, like interpreter for Aseprite files. I don't think it would be hard. It's just I have to actually sit down and read documentation about like, all right, this is how the file is structured. But I don't think it would take that much time. It's just that there's so many other things competing for my time. Like even with my this little vacation I've taken, it feels like I haven't gotten like even 10% of what I wanted to get done with my time done. It is what it is, but you know, it's just what it is. All right, let's save as a PNG. We're gonna save not in Noto, but we're gonna save within not Fight and Flight either. Where is the where is projects? Projects, stream world, data, textures, and we're gonna call this letter. I mean, I could just make it explicitly their letter, but yeah, I'm probably have to go rename it. Yes, why? Why using the CRT? Just because I can, man. Because I can and I want to and I like it and it's fun. On an ad, but respect to Linux setup. Hey, man. No super key? What do you mean super key? I need some music, I think. I've been very chill, but I kind of want to get more into this. What's your opinion on TV heads? Like, what do you mean TV heads? Okay, let's go to Ranger. Or do I have Ranger open somewhere? I feel like I do. Yes, we have it open here. Oh, I went too far. Stream world, data, textures. We have all these here. Is there a way to add image previews to Ranger? Like, it sucks I have to actually manually go in here and be like, all right, yeah, and then you go here and you make this letter C. That seems kind of dumb. I'm gonna be real with you. That's O. Okay. O. That's a Z. Okay, cool. In fact, I don't have to keep doing that. I can just... Hopefully it just doesn't open new instances. Yeah, it doesn't open new instances. Perfect. That's A. Oh, whoops. There we go. That's B. I. G. We're getting through it. Also, old TV monitors are the go. Yeah, characters, people that have TVs as heads. Oh, I don't really know much about that, honestly. Like, I see a bunch of YouTubers who do like have a persona that. Like, I've seen that sometimes, like a YouTuber that has like a TV for a face, but I really just haven't seen much content like that really just gives me, that kind of warrants me kind of loading, keeping that in my brain. I think there's only one channel that comes to mind that does that, which is like, is a guy, I just know him from one video, which was, he did a video recreating liminal space images, and I think he does a TV head thing. A liminal space photos. No, not this guy. Yeah, this dude. Liminal photography. Pretty good video. Pretty good video. That's the most I have about that, though. Maybe use Yahtzee instead. What's Yahtzee? Like the game? Or is that a terminal viewer thing? Alright, we have our letters here. That wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad at all. And now what are we to do? How do I want to go? Honestly, I almost feel like it would have been easier to make an atlas. Like, I realized I did this whole thing, but I'm realizing that I think it would have been better just to make a sprite atlas and just index into it, because that's how I want to just go about it. I don't care about searching up this letter specifically. At the end of the day, I just want to do a for loop that goes from 0 to whatever letters count there is here, and have it give me the Cozy Cabin Games thing. In which case, I might have, if I was going to do that, I would have had to actually spell out Cozy Cabin Games. I've played myself. We can fix that very easily, though, because like we have this separated, so I can just include things should I desire to. So let's just save this. No, we're gonna save this as letters.asprite, and then we're gonna save this as letters to electric boogaloo, and we're just gonna do this and move it here. Cozy Cabin, and then repeat A for games. Just do that bad boy right here. Cozy Cabin Games. Probably want to add a space here too, so I'm gonna add like a blank thing. Not optimal, and in fact it may get filtered out when I do the atlas. But who cares? We could be a little dumb. This is supposed to be a quick thing I did. It's supposed to be a quick thing. We're gonna find out right now. And we have our sprite sheet. I want to do packed instead. Yay, it does preserve the space. Very nice. Cozy cat. Wait a second. It's filtering out repeats. No, don't do that. No. No, Dinkelberg. I will never forgive you. Why? I know you want to be smart, Aseprite, but sometimes I just need you to be dumb because I'm doing things dumb. Okay, let's do columns, constraints, fixed number. How much was packed again? By packed, we had like a 4x4 matrix, so we can just do fixed size. I don't know, 128. Oh, that's for individual ones. 512 by 512. Yeah, it doesn't do the thing. You're killing me, man. You're killing. Okay, well, this is what we do. This is how we. This is what we do. For every single frame, that's like a repeat. Man, I'm getting. Why are you doing this to me, Aseprite? I love you. Why you gotta hurt me this way? Why you gotta hurt me like that? I've been nothing but faithful, and you turn around and spit in my face. Cozy cabin, and we mark a random pixel with like a red thing, so it's still detected as unique technically. And then you have to do this for the A as well. And then what's going on here? To the A, games. Yeah, I think this is all unique, right? Except for the A. So let's try this again now. I'm gonna, oops, whoopsie. No, I didn't mean to do that. What do I actually meant to do is do Control-Shift-E, and then do the fixed width, do 512 by 512, and hey, now it's sort of the way I want to. Cozy space cabin space games. Heck yeah. Okay. And then I can just select all the red marks I added and remove them. So we can do this, and they shall be gone. And then I can save this as games.png. It's within textures. Perfect. And then now within here, we can make a new shader that we're gonna call it like Sprite Atlas or something. And this should hopefully be quick and not painful, and I can start working on Messy Mansion stuff. Or not Messy Mansion, on Fight and Flight. How do you know Vulkan? Nah, I haven't done that. Nah, I'm sorry, Nader. I'm not that knowledgeable, man. Yup, terminal file browser. Oh, that's good to know, dude. Maybe I will check out Yahtzee then. Yeah, I don't know why the FNF command, Nightbot's like slacking, dude. Slacking. Reimagine previews. I'm not sure if Wex term supports it, but there's standard protocols and things like Kitty or Ghostly that support images. Yeah, maybe I should switch. I'm using Wes term, but yeah, I might switch at some point. I've been feeling myself wanting to explore what else is there in the world. My i3 setup hotkey is set for Windows. Yeah, I feel like I should probably do Windows. The thing is, like, I have this set up so nicely with my Alt key right here, so it's very convenient for me to just do like that and then whatever. And my window key is like over here, so now it goes from being a one-hand operation to being like two hands to do that same thing. And it's not like it's a key in the middle, so I have to specifically go for it. Yeah, it's very tragic. I already built muscle memory for this too, specifically. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Maybe I could remap this to be window. But then there's other applications where I use... I don't know. I'm going to have to think about this. I'm just going to have to consider. To think. What was I doing? Oh yeah, right, shaders. We're going to shaders because I'm writing a new shader. This one's going to be... I don't know. Letter. It's not like logo. That's what it's gonna be called. .frag. Logo.frag. We can go here and we can go into logo. Fragment. And then I'm gonna yoink what, lit? Or is it unlit sprite? Yeah, I'm gonna yoink you, because we're gonna do some kind of similar things. So, I'm just gonna do that. Cool. So we have our position, normals. Yeah. Now, this is kind of actually very simple because I already have a sprite sheet animator. And really, this is kind of just a sprite sheet. So all I really need to do is supply, given an index value of like 0 to, how many things I have here? 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16. Yeah, 16. So I want to just iterate, given, and we have that here. We have a current index. Beautiful. I don't even need, I don't even need to, because the only things that, I have an animation system that basically just increments this, but I don't even need to do that. I just have to set it once and just leave it. Set the uniform data. That's it. GG. GG. Vulkan. Well, Vulkan gives you way more control. I haven't done it yet, man. You game dev at your day job as well? No, my day job is related, but yeah, VR software dev. Yeah, exactly. What's going on, Nader? Yeah, I totally get it. It's just that Vulkan's verbose. What's up, Cozy? What's up, John Moore? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, it's like, so Draco, there's like things called graphics APIs. How do we talk about this? So you have like, let's say C++ or whatever language you're using. You have code basically that's running on your CPU, and your CPU is executing your code and generally like sequentially. We're gonna ignore threading and stuff like that, but in this case, it's just things that are executing one thing at a time, right? This is fine for a lot of applications, but in the case of games, you have things that are, a lot of times you're dealing stuff with images, right? And you're gonna be at the end of the day rendering all this stuff onto a screen, and a CPU is good at like doing sequential things, but for image, there's like a lot of elements here, right? And your CPU would have to go sequentially through every single thing. People have done this before, and it's like, you know, software rendering, where you have software in your CPU actually fill out all the different pixels. And this is a very simplified idea, explanation, but your CPU is doing this sequentially, right? However, nowadays people don't do that. Instead, you have something called a GPU. This cool little thing called the GPU. And it excels at doing a bunch of things at parallel. So a lot of times when you have an object on screen, all the calculations for, like, you know, shading each thing isn't done sequentially one after another. It's all done at the same time. If you give it the proper information that you need, right? But yeah, so like, it does all this kind of stuff in parallel. It's way faster for this kind of thing. But your CPU just by itself doesn't have an easy way of just communicating to the GPU to make it do stuff. So you have this layer in between called like graphics APIs, which gives your, you know, provides you, why is this pasting? What? I'm not pressing paste. Go away. Stop. Stop. I'm gonna lose it, dude. Anyways. Oh my goodness, I'm not. Anyways, so you have this layer called a graphics API, called GAPI, and it kind of affords your CPU code different ways and functions of interacting with your GPU. And there's not one unified one. There's actually a whole litany of different APIs, each with different kind of pros and cons, and some even for particular platforms. So you have things like, for example, OpenGL, which is much more older. OpenGL, it's an older and more simpler one, which is why a lot of people start off with it because it seems very easy. However, it doesn't give you a lot of control over the actual hardware, and depending on different implementations of it across different platforms, you might have weird bugs that emerge that you just can't really do much about, right? On the other side of the fence, you have Vulkan, which is another graphics API that is meant to be, hey, give you a lot of control over it, but the trade-off is that you have to write way more code because now you're in charge of everything. There's not assumptions that are being made on your behalf. You're in control of everything that's going on there. These are not the only two, though. There's others for different things. So like, for example, there's, I think, Metal for Apple. So Apple has their own graphics API, and it only exists for their platforms, and you have to use it over there. For web, if you're going to do stuff for like, if you want to do like, you know, rendering on like a website or something like that, you have Web GPU, or not Web G, you have Web GL, which is like a web version of OpenGL that you can use. That's what what your programs are compiled to when you compile for web on like GameMaker or Unity or what other engine you're doing. There's another one called Web GPU that's been proposed. And this is meant to be a kind of a nice unifier, not just for web stuff, but it's meant to even be used for native applications, and it's meant to give you more control than WebGL, but still not be as verbose as Vulkan. So it's supposed to be somewhere kind of in the middle here. But yeah, this is and then there's like DirectX 11 or DirectX for Microsoft. DirectX. So if you're on Windows, you're probably going to be using DirectX for your graphics. But yeah, so this is kind of like what graphics APIs are and the decision you're kind of afforded in terms of choosing what you want to use and the trade-offs that kind of emerge from it. So that's kind of what a graphics API is. Metal Gear. Releasing your game on Steam? Yeah, that's the goal. I'd like to do that. Segfault eventually, man. DS Vault. Most APIs now that aren't OpenGL or DirectX are very similar to how you use them. Use different verbs and nouns. Yeah, it's a lot of, because you're gonna be doing a lot of similar stuff too. So there's kind of like this homology that kind of emerges where even though they're separate, they're kind of, because the problem domain you're facing is very similar and people are thinking about it in very similar ways, you kind of have the same kind of structures or syntax or whatnot kind of coalesce. No, it's real. This is a real thing. This is a real thing. Like, this is an actual real CRT I'm working on. This is what I use on my personal time. I can touch it. You can hear the static. I don't know if you can listen to it, but here, look. Pay attention. You hear that? That's a static. Ow, I actually just shocked myself. The hard part is the software engineering with organizing state, but once you sort that all out, the APIs are a small bit of code that at the draw call site. Yeah, and then like a lot of times you end up start making depending on how you go about it, but a lot of times like some abstractions emerge. Some people kind of do their own kind of abstraction so that you can change the graphics API backend here, but on the CPU side, you're still interacting it with the same way. You're just dealing with the material. You're not worrying about what the backend is or whatnot, or what specific call you're doing. Some people do that, but yeah, it's something that kind of emerges. A lot of engines end up doing that, especially if you're trying to be used for a variety of different platforms, then you kind of have to do that. I'm going to see how this works out when I start compiling with mscript into web, but we're just going to cross that bridge. What is HLSL? It's a high-level shader language. So even so, not only do you have these different APIs that define how you can interact with the GPU, some of them even have their own kind of shader language. So OpenGL has GLSL, which looks like this over here, that's what we're writing right now in this shader for our logo thing. And then HLSL is like Microsoft's shader language that I think they use here, but HLSL. But I think Unity, like you can still write HLSL code and it gets compiled to whatever shader languages these guys use. Vulkan's, I don't know. I actually don't know. Vulkan has their own, like, I think it's like SPUR-V or something like that. I don't know what it's called. And then you can take like these other shader languages and compile it to other languages. Like shader language at the end of the day is just like text manipulation, and like you can do stuff where you can transpile from one language to another language. On SPUR-V for shader compilation, though. Yeah, I've been seeing more and more of that, which is making me kind of look at it, because part of the part of what stopped me from doing Vulkan was that I still wanted to just do. I want to eventually compile it to WebGPU, and or not WebGL, and I didn't. I was like, I still want to just write normal GLSL stuff. I don't know what SPUR-V is. It sounds weird, but I'm realizing more and more that there's like there's a lot of tooling that exists just for going to SPUR-V. I wonder if anyone have ever built up static from their CRT then killed their machine. I've watched a video on shader programming and it's insane math. No, it's not really. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, but a lot of the basic stuff you're doing isn't that crazy. And even then, like a lot of it, even the crazy stuff oftentimes feels more like just boilerplate, because it's like, this is something that's been so well trodden and done before that you don't really have to. Like, I think it's good to work kind of through it and understand the math that's going on, but you don't actually have to really understand it. You can kind of treat it like black boxes a surprising amount of time. Blocks, yeah, distro, I don't know. Yeah, I'm using Ubuntu right now. SPUR-V is part of the LLVM project. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. What's up, code? Lost 33M in old school RuneScape earlier. Oh my goodness, dude. That's pretty gnarly. And there's Kuda, yeah. Kuda JL. What's good? What's good, Vatty? Vatty M. So yeah, you're asking like I showed you GLSL. This is what HLSL looks like. If I can find a shader. I mean, this is HLSL as well, but this is from a CGNC file. You can look at I don't know, Cozy Surface. This is what a HLSL file looks like. Unity might have their own flavor of this, I think. But here you see like, oh, we have the vertex function and the fragment function all in one file, and you're just kind of chilling and thinking about it all in one way. And then you also have passes in here as well. That's a whole other idea. Yeah, but that's like the gist of it, though. It's funny seeing you paste over and over again. Yeah, I just kind of do that just to, not kill time, but just keep my hands moving. These are your grandpappy's maths. Oh, man. All right, so let's figure out what we're doing here. Yeah, CRT monitor. We're living. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, so I was explaining like just what graphics APIs are. I'm gonna do a little thing to update this little day and night cycle, and then I'm gonna probably move on to work on the actual game and not just like fun sky placement stuff or stream placement loading stuff. In fact, I realized something. This whole time I made this atlas for Cozy Cabin Games, but I realized that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be typing in loading stream. We just did this whole thing and I realized it's the wrong thing. I'm supposed to be doing loading stream. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna I'm gonna... Whatever. We're just gonna use Cozy Cabin Games for right now, and we're just gonna see if this works, and if it works, we're just gonna replace this later. Because who cares? We have the shader. I don't even think we need a custom shader. I think we don't even have to use this logo thing, because there's nothing different about the logic of this. The only thing that's different is... Okay, actually there is something slightly different. We're not using the day-night color composite whatsoever here. So yeah, we're not doing this multiplication with color. We're just sampling the texture. And from there, I have to think about, because usually a lot of stuff is just on update. This is gonna be the first time where I set something, a uniform property, and just leave it alone. I think within game, within here, I'm gonna go. Where is the logic? We have the thing for moving camera. I'm probably gonna move this into its own function call, but yeah, we have this here. This is like the actual logic that happens. I think so this is an update though. We have a init function, do we? Yeah, we do have an initialize function. So what I can do is create this, the letters. Oh, so many considerations. Because yeah, I'm using the atlas. Honestly, dude, honestly, I need to keep track of this stuff. Because part of me feels tempted to just go into the level file and just be like, hey, dude, we're just going to do this, another tile, position it somewhere here, and then, like, do, I don't know, image or letters _C and then spell out everything. But that's not gonna work. That's actually not gonna work. And now I'd only want to do that in the case of, like, maybe when we have the dynamic, when we make it a text entity, but we're not doing that. So I think it's better just to create everything here on runtime instead of trying to embed it into the level file and just say screw it. I think that's just what we do here. And then I forgot how you create tiles. There's like level read write. Yeah, create tile. It's essentially what we're doing. And then you're gonna create what? What do you return to me? You return nothing, actually. I'm gonna need to get a transform for you so I can oscillate the text around. So yeah, we're gonna have to get a handle for that. So I think we're gonna return transform ticket. Do we save the tile? Or actually, we have this like this is tile object. Tile.transform. Cool. And then we specify what? A pointer to level state because we're going to be updating that. Yeah. We have session data, position, texture information. We're going to have to get the texture information as well. I can just cache that though. Yeah, there's some things I have to do here. That's some pre-processing magic. That makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of things that they do. ISO, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, ISOPads. Is it already New Year for you or New Year's Eve? Either way, glad to have Happy New Year's, man. Like your videos vibes. Have you ever considered doing tutorials on coding? People requested it. Maybe I can do it. If you guys have some like something you'd want me to cover specifically. But I don't know. I feel like I feel like the internet's flooded with so much information about this kind of stuff. I think I wouldn't be changing content or adding any new content. Maybe just another flavor of it, but I don't know. I don't think the way I explain things is particularly that succinct compared to what other people do on YouTube, but I don't know. Maybe we'll have a series of just ranting loosely about and call it a lecture. I have a question. I'm still a student and I want to know if you can use threads. Yeah, of course you can use threads in C++. 100%. You can do threads in C. You can do threads in C, man. So yeah, 100%. That's something you can do. There's like some general platform independent things that exist, and then you can use platform specific things for it if you want to, but yeah, 100%. Okay. So not only do you have to do this, I also have to run a yeah, I have a Python script for building a static C# link file, so that I can just I don't have to remember the file paths or names. It just kind of, the IntelliSense just tells me. I have to do what? Python 3.buildTextures.py. Yeah, and that should work. It's gonna be broken because one of the textures might be wrong, or maybe it's not. Let's see if my modified texture list works. Hey, and it works. We have our letters here now. We have our our missive, day night. Oh, I also want to include the missive. I failed to do that as well. Yeah, I want to pass in the emissive for this, yeah. Thinking about low-level thread managing makes me shiver. What? It's so fun, man. It's so fun, especially in C. It's great, dude. Tell us more about what you know about the hidden world of hackers nowadays. I don't think there's a hidden world. I mean, there's always going to be a hidden world, but I don't know. I feel like most people put their stuff very publicly, man. Like, I think a lot of them want to just brag. I don't know, though. I'm not much of a hacker in this, like, in the sense most people think of. I'm just, I just like coding. I like making games and graphics. It's fun. It's cool. We have this. What am I doing here? I'm going to here. I'm going into back to game, and then we're going to iterate through here, and we're going to be providing texture info, and then by this point session should have already been created. Yeah, no. Textures, get textures. What texture I'm looking for? We're looking for we're looking for logo. Do I need to refresh the CMake file? Yeah, I have to refresh the CMake project. How could I forget? You always got to reload the CMake project. Yeah, Cozy Cabin Games. That's what I'm looking for. So now we have a texture info, and then we can go in here, and we can go info. I'm sorry. Yeah, texture info, position as well. That's gonna be a thing. Rest of the provide session. Is this level state? Yeah, it's looking for level state. Do I even have access to that? There's initialize. I don't know, man. Okay. So we have what parameters? We have this. I'm gonna have to get this at some point. We'll get back to you later. Position's also important, right? Yeah, it's gonna come after level. And then we have the fragment string, but we're just gonna use honestly this basic one. Or no, we're gonna use logo specifically. So okay, and then what else do you need from me? Yeah, right, position. So we're gonna do, what's gonna be our like left, what are we gonna do? We can do a center point thing. So we can do float 3 center. It's gonna be equal to, I don't know. We can start with something very simple, it's just 0, 0. And then we can start with like, the X amount is gonna be, it's gonna be center plus, and then we're gonna do I, but then we're gonna do, first of all, we're gonna create a new float 3 actually. It's gonna be the X that we modify. And the difference here is gonna be this, which is gonna be center plus, and then it's gonna be I minus I don't know, 8 maybe? I minus 8. So it's gonna start from like -8 and it's gonna go end up at +8, and then we're gonna add another coefficient to this. It's gonna indicate like how much space you actually wanna have between these intervals. And this can be a float width, maybe do like, I don't know, 32 or something. It's like 128, so it's gonna be like half that, but we'll see. Why are you mad at me? What? How have I wronged you? Oh, because we already have the center plus. Yeah. Cool, we're good here. So, yeah, we can even simplify this term a little bit more. Cool, so that's gonna be our position. We can pass in this position parameter now too, which I believe, which one are you? Position parameter, you are, I'm sorry, what, we don't give you permission? We don't give you position? What? Oh yeah, we do give you, yeah, it's a position there. It's a third parameter. Oh, what's going on? Vibe coding. Oh, we talking about that. Mobile games? Yeah, I'm actually working on a mobile game right now. No, I'm not using VS Code. I'm using C-Line and I'm using Grubbox. What game is he building right now? I'm making an overlay and then I'm going to be switching to a mobile game I'm working on. And learning to code, no AI BS for me. I'd rather learn it. Yep, that's how you make yourself not disposable. Would have remembered just like programmers would be remembered just like we remember these old big telephones on the museums. Nah, man, not at all. Have you heard of Beyond, a community of 2D, 3D game makers? Never heard of that. That sounds cool though. Oh wait, did they have like 3D modeling like events? I know of someone who did something for Beyond, I think. Let's see here. Session. Do you have, how do you access the current level state? That's what I'm curious about. We have levels. Let's see here. Or is that something that's passed in from the engine? We have run. Oh, maybe this code should be executed at run. Because this is the thing that's called first. Yeah, that might actually be much more prudent, now that I think about it. And this is a static function. Yeah, you know what? I might just move all this stuff there. Because that seems more in line with what I want to do. Okay. Advanced enough to intentionally place bugs in the code. Yeah, no. It looks like NeoVim, but it's not really. No, it's not. It's just C-align with the idea Vim plugin. That's all we're doing. So we have this, we have this, we have this. I need to have some way of just setting uniform data within a shader, within any arbitrarily on runtime. The renderer doesn't do that currently. So we have this, we have level state is provided where. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is where we get level state from. We have this process line, we have this level state that is called here load level from string, and there's load level from file. And this provides a level state that we're going to be mutating. That's not used on load level from memory. Here's where we call it. And then there's game session. Oh, so it's just called state. And that's within, so game actually always has access to it. So, okay, perfect. So we can actually just go into here, get rid of session. This is just gonna be state, which is meant to be this. Or is it meant to be a, I forgot, I haven't done this in a while. It's a const reference type, right? Level state. Oh, it's a pointer. And what are you? You're just, okay, so you're actually just like a, okay. That explains some stuff. And if I do that, that's not going to work because it's expecting a pointer type, not a reference. And I forgot how you do this. I don't think it's like that. I keep forgetting how you do, like in C++. Wait a second. Don't spoil it for me. I know I've done this already before. Create file, you're called here. Create tile. And process line. You have state here. I'm sorry, what? This is passing level state reference. So no, we pass in a reference for this function. And a reference is acceptable even with a pointer parameter. So within this case, we call create tile, we pass in state. Interesting. There's another usage of this create tile function. I'm using it in game, but I guess it hasn't compiled, so the IDE isn't picking up on that. So why are you mad? Is it meant to be because level state members inaccessible? Members inaccessible. Oh, is the function inaccessible? Oh. Oh, it's all private? That's dumb. See, this is why you make everything. This is why I'm going to C style. I'm going to C style. Everything is just public. I don't care. Everything is public. Okay, actually, let me go through this. Process line. I'm gonna do the C thing. I'm trying to make this more like C. So I started using an automatic C++ stuff, kind of, but now I'm just like, nah. I like the way how it was working in C. Everything that's meant to be private, I'm just gonna use my naming convention to be like, yeah. This is indicating that it's meant to be private, but hey, man. You want it to be public, you be public, man. I know what I'm about. I probably just broke a bunch of things right now. It's okay. And you know what? Maybe having these parse strings and parse float threes could be a universal thing that's not tied to this. Doesn't have to be. I can be free. Happy New Year. Are you making a game? Yeah, I'm gonna do some game dev in a bit. I'm working on a little project in my little engine project. Is your main programming language? No, C# is my bread and butter. C is what I do for joy, and C++ is what I'm kind of forced to do for certain stuff. Yay! Thing went away. Error went away. No one is Vanch. Who's Vanch? Mernstack web dev. Hey man, I want to get into game dev as well. What language do you reckon I start with? I'd say before like language. This is a big thing. Okay, so like language wise, statically typed languages, I think you can't go wrong with. I think you should use a statically typed language. C++, C, sure. C#, Java, sure. Python, JavaScript, I would maybe not do that. The bigger question, though, because I'm not sure you want to write an engine from scratch. Maybe you should. Maybe you want to. But a bigger question is like, what do you want to do? Do you want to do? How should I say this? Okay, you know what? Better yet, choose an engine. There's a great ecosystem of different engines. Just try one out. Try making something simple in it. And from there, you're going to get ideas for what you can do and what you want to try doing. You'd be surprised. Like, once you just get an object moving on screen, it's like, oh my goodness, dude. There's a world of possibilities. It's like, oh my goodness, I can do stuff. I can make another object move, and that could be an enemy. Or maybe I can make platforms and stuff like that, or whatever. Like, just start by making a thing move, and then go from there. Choose an engine, and you'll start learning some stuff from that. Alternatively, if you want to be super gnarly, you can also just not choose an engine and instead just use start learning like making your own. But that's doing game programming is already kind of like a learning curve, and then adding this extra level to it may not be the best. But yes, they have events and huge archives and all types of code and source. That's pretty sick. Beyond been around since 2001. That's pretty sick. Maybe I'll give it a try then. I thought it was only for 3D art people, but that's kind of cool to know that it's beyond just that. How beyond? Roblox? Oh my goodness. Don't debate me. Don't debate me. Yeah, it's working out. There we go. I'm just learning loops of C, so you can just guess where I am at. Hey, that's a good place to be, man. You're starting. You're getting through it. What are you building, dude? I'm building, let's see if it works. It's probably not going to work. I'd be surprised if it does work. Yeah, it crashed. Okay, cool. Cool. I wonder why it crashed though, because we use fragment source this. What if I just do this? Maybe that'll be fine. Or maybe just couldn't find this logo info. If not, try running it. And it doesn't work. Okay. So I'm just gonna comment all this code out, and hopefully this just works. So this is what I'm making. I did this stream overlay in Unity, and I'm rewriting it in my own engine. And after this, I want to get like a little text displaying here and doing a little sinusoidal movement, and then I'm gonna switch to working on my game. That's what I'm doing. That's the gist of it. Nothing too crazy. Can I use Bato? What's Bato? I don't know what the Bato language is. What engine do I recommend for starters? It could be like Unity's, Godot. You could do Unreal, but if you want to do like learn more programming, I don't think Blueprints is a great thing for that. So yeah, this is the thing we're doing. I'm still geeking over the fact that we just got this. Like it actually looks very good for what it is. Yeah, C is great. I love C, dude. I prefer doing C style stuff over object-oriented things. There's a feature for game devs for sure. Do the features AI about game development? What do you mean, like in games or like for work, or I don't know. What's going on, Kai? Production C is not. Okay, here's a better. C is super easy to read when it's my program and I made it. Production C, actually, I don't know. Because on the one hand, it's like, all right, yeah, but like production anything is a pain. But I think the possibilities in C are, you know what? I don't know. I don't like. As far as understanding the code, I think C is still easier because it's like if you have a decent naming convention that everyone's kind of sticking to, then yeah, it becomes easy, but there's just far less possibilities and things to worry about, right? That's the thing that comes to my mind, is that there's less things in the language to be aware of, so the possibilities are lesser. I don't know though. I haven't done enough production C projects to actually give a properly informed opinion. What's through AI? Through AI? Nah. I don't do any AI stuff, dude. I don't like AI. Day 2 of asking for assembly. One day we'll get to assembly. One day we'll learn some assembly. Today, sadly, is not that day. So let's remove this. We have our texture info here. We have our Cozy Cabin Games texture. We have our center, which, let's make it more explicit. You know, I should just rename this to be like F3. No, that's confusing, because like Rust has, and other languages have like F32 and F like 64 and whatnot to indicate, oh yeah, a floating point precision of 32 bits and then a floating point precision of 64 bits. So an F3 to indicate like a vector type, doesn't make the most sense. It's maybe not the best naming I should do. I could do the GL kind of thing where we say, hey, V2. They do Vec2. I'm just going to do V2. But then that's kind of weird because there's vectors that are used to describe like lists. It's just a whole thing, dude. But yeah. What are you coding? Comfortable abode entertainment? International copyright reasons. This is all I'm coding. Just coding this. This is what I'm coding. We have the day-night cycle. Now I'm just trying to make some text pop up here. And as everything, it's easier said than done. Because there's some critical stuff in my engine that doesn't exist that I need to make some decisions about. But it's good because I'm countering it in a very simple, easy application. So like I'm aware, okay, this is things we need to do in the future. I'm gonna do a rewrite at some point and rethink about some of the stuff. Float centers this. So I want to figure out where this is breaking down because I'm very curious about this. Let's see here. Where do we break? Where do we break down? Runtime error in set tile. No tiles of. What do you mean no tiles available? Allocate. Oh, because yeah, I was like, you know what? I don't need this big of a memory thing, so I'm gonna set the tiles from like 10,000 to like 10. But you're gonna make it 100 because now we have text, and that's can significantly be greater. Okay, we have something happening. I think it's behind the camera, actually. I think we're still not seeing anything because it's behind the camera. That's fine. And you know what we're gonna do? So that fixed the issue, which is good. No. So that's good. I'm gonna modify this function to instead return a tile info. So I believe this should be, or just a tile, and have all information returning this be in there. And then within tile info, instead of returning tile transform, we could just return tile directly. And then here equals this. The position should be set by this already. Why are you angry? Oh, because I need to of course, reload CMake project. You can't do anything in life without reloading CMake. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Kai. Thank you, Terrell. You got me, man. You always got me, man. Yeah, Rider for JetBrain, Rider and then Sea Lion. Someone was asking about Golang, about on the horizontal stream. They're asking about Golang bindings for Raylib, which do exist, by the way. I'm not a Golang guy because I never tried it, but I don't know, I'm just gonna lock into my life in C and just get mastery there, or try to get some mastery there before I consider looking at these newfangled languages. We're gonna have our Z position be like negative. If we go to our scene file, yeah, negative 800 is the closest. So we can do like, I don't know, we can do a value of, what do we want to do? A value of negative 500 potentially. I think that should work. You can run it. Let's see how the text appears, if at all. It should appear. Oh my god. Okay. So it appears. It's super duper messed up because you haven't applied the correct uniform information, which is fine. Gosh, Mickey. I almost feel inclined to like. There's a couple ways to do this because I could do the uniform information update here because the create tile functions does a couple things. It creates an animator. Yeah, like we create, and it works fine for the other game, but for this, yeah, session animators, play animation, and then yeah, mesh animator. Animators, play animator. So I might want to make an overload for this that does things slightly different, where it doesn't create that, and instead it kind of register shader, and we set the shader that we want to use here, and then set texture, Yeah, so you have to have a thing here for setting other variables. Like set uniform. Like set float, for example. Location. And I guess float value. Like a couple of simple things like this. And then we also have to have the render ticket as well. Elite. Any modern language works fine for anything. Yeah, I mean, kind of, but kind of not. There's some languages that are not fully mature yet, and as a result, it's not as fleshed out as you may want it to be. But there's just this thing of like all these languages are trying to solve problems with C or C++, and I'm not gonna quote because I'm like there is some real significant problems with these languages, right? But like it's very hard to appreciate what these things are trying to solve without actually understanding the problems that originally are in these languages. And so I'm like, you know, just keep it simple. And then like getting advanced at a language, because you can pick up language really quickly. It's just syntax, right? But to actually get good and be able to leverage it requires a significant amount of time and investment. And for me, I'm like, I'm not sure who I want to do that with. I did it with Rust, and you know, that's cool. But I think I'd rather just get this investment in time in like C or C++ and get that deeper knowledge in there, because there's like a huge rich ecosystem of things that exist for it. So many things are built off of it. I think it's just helpful to have that knowledge. And then B, by that time I get to significant mastery in there, I imagine one of these languages are going to be much more the winner, let's say, of this whole language thing. It should be a bit more clearer. I don't know. We'll see, though. Set float. Yeah, GL uniform. I should just remember this, honestly. F location. Do you use C strings? I think you do. Let me look at something here. So we have this, and then we have like... Oh, we actually set the value here. Okay, cool. So we create GL. Okay, so it's actually just... Oh no, we have to get... So the location's over here. Yeah, glint, get... GL get uniform location. Perfect. And then it's like a GL int. Okay, that's what I'm looking for here. Come on, where are you, dog? Location goes GL. Did I already forget the thing? Whatever. Then go back up here. GL get uniform location. That's just GL get uniform location. Okay. And then we pass in the value I want to use here. And then as for this, does it require a C style string? Get uniform location. Because I'm providing string literals over here, I believe, for a significant number of these. Yeah, like I'm providing... Oh no, this is a shader program. Yeah, okay. In which case, Does our vendor ticket provide this stuff? Why is there a fragment ID there? Program ID, I assume, is what I'm looking for. It's Unreal? No, I'm not doing Unreal Engine. I'm doing my own thing. I have not tried Rust. Should I? I would learn a normal language first. I mean, but I started with Rust a while ago and then kind of got there. So I don't think it's inherently bad to do it. If it catches your interest, why not, man? That chat while coding? Nah, you get used to it. I'm used to it. I've been doing this for years, man. Thank you, Yuki. I'm glad you dig the setup. What are you coding? I'll show you in a second. Yeah, no engine, no framework. Yep, that's what we're doing. I'm using library. I'm using GLFW and I'm using GLAD, and that's the main ones. Nah, C++. Best beginner language? That's all. That's okay. What do you mean best? Let's start with the metric of what best means. Best as in you can just get something going really quickly. That's one metric. If you're saying best as in, hey, what's the language that's gonna enrich you in terms of your knowledge of programming long term? That's a whole different thing. And those two things oftentimes are not mutually they're not mutually exclusive, but a lot of times it's kind of like that. It's kind of separate. Oh man. Because you can start with a language that's lets you get something done really quickly, like GameMaker language, GameMaker language, and GameMaker Studio, or the JavaScripts or the Pythons, but you're losing some critical knowledge. Not even low level stuff. I mean, it's important to learn some low level stuff, understand what a stack and a heap are, but even having something like types is super duper important, I think. The aesthetic, spent an hour on my private account watching your stream the other day. Thank you, man. Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate it. So there's two different there's two different things there. Even doing my C++ for a short while when I first started in middle school and then switching to GameMaker already kind of got me into the idea of okay, there's things like types, and there's these data structures, and there's these rigid definition of these things that exist, right? But yeah, it's a very tricky question for me to answer. I like the one that is the easiest to understand for a beginner to get into programming. Then yeah, do one of the Python stuff, or if you're doing games, GameMaker and GameMaker language, or Python has Pygame. You can use that as well to do stuff. Yeah, I think most of those should be kind of fine, and you should be able to get something happening. And I think there's a lot of fun in getting the thing to just work. That makes you just get you excited to do more stuff with it. So I'm not gonna knock it. Shader program. You're indexing the shader programs. Okay. So we need to do. Yeah, that's what we're doing. You're doing shader programs here. That's how we're doing it here, actually. Why do we do this? Why did we do that? Never mind, I'm wrong. Yeah, because I realized I just added that there. But I'm assuming this should be right. Shader programs, ticket. Heck, even Scratch is a super beginner level thing. Frag ID, or no, program ID. I don't know why I have a fragment ID field there. I have no idea. Or is it backwards? Is this supposed to be... No, I think it's like this. And location's a string, but I think it's expecting like a literal. Cannot convert value string to parameter const GL char pointer. Yeah, we have to convert to a char pointer. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we can do like 0, right? And that could potentially cast it. Could do that? Yeah. Yeah, we can. We can do that. Hopefully nothing wrong happens here. Hopefully nothing bad happens. And now we need to specify that this is a override the size of the transform as well. Where all those creature comforts come from. That's a pretty fair thing. Yeah, I think there's a couple levels there, like different places there. I think Python might be better because at least it forces you to actually like. I liked GameMaker, but here's the thing, right? GameMaker takes care of everything for you. Like everything is within their tool, their engine, the image editor, the text editor, its compiler and everything, right? So you're just you don't have this separate thing. Yeah, you're relying upon this ecosystem, which kind of in a weird way kind of makes you there's kind of this weird learned helplessness because you're so dependent on that. At least with Python, you're forced to set it up on your system, and it's essentially just one thing that's doing one job, which is just compiling and running your Python stuff, your Python scripts. Yeah. JS is the best one to start with. No, no, we're not gonna recommend JavaScript to start with. Oh, brother. Because at least Python is very like it's predictable and it behaves the way you kind of expect it to. It's kind of, it makes sense. JS is a bunch of just kind of like that. It kind of behaves the way you want to, but then there's all these weird idiosyncrasies that are just not like that do not make sense and are just really odd. And if you're just trying to build this schema and understanding of programming fundamentally, you're gonna be wasting time with all this peripheral stuff that isn't programming, but rather it's like this weird stuff of JavaScript. Like it's like all this weird stuff that's just a distraction from just understanding logic and organizing your code and structures and whatnot and behaviors. Like, you're gonna waste time on things that are not actually programming. I respect Python at least for that, but even then Python's weird because there's like this, I hate the schism between like the different Python versions, but even then, like, it's still, I think it's better than JavaScript. Oh man. Oh man, bro, React may be good for React, like the framework. How do you start making a custom engine? I mean, you start with where everyone starts, making a triangle, the GL triangle, and then once you do that, you make a texture, and then after that you start making the texture, at least for me, I start making the texture be animated, and then we start moving that texture around in the screen. It's like, oh my goodness, this feels like a game. Yeah, and you just kind of do iterations. What am I doing? Oh, right. Oh, no, not this. So you have a thing of setting parameters, I believe, or properties. So I should technically be able to do like session or session dot render a set Is there no set? Of course. CMake project, reload it. Thank you, CMake. And then we can set our parameters here, like. In fact, we can set our this logo, so you can actually make hard decisions about how the shader is going to work. You also want, if you're going to do your own engine, you should probably learn some graphic stuff. Like, before you even hop to do it, just go in Unity and start learning how to use GLSL and write your own shaders, and just kind of get a feel for how this works. Like, it's simple. You don't have to do the crazy advanced. Shaders are very simple, honestly, in a weird way. But learn to do some stuff there, and then I think you're chilling. Being chilling. So we have these properties here, and we need to overwrite these properties because we didn't pass. I mean, I could just pass these properties in by adding it to the name. I mean, I think I have a thing for defining counts. Like, I think I defined, I forgot, how do I do this here? Do I have anything that's animated here? No, I don't have anything that's animated. So I have to go out to projects, I have to go back to the Cozy engine, and I have to go to data, textures. So what's the naming convention here? Oh yeah, so frame count and then the dimensions. That's how I do things. So if I want to do that with the stream world stuff, I would actually have to do this as where is it? Where's the logo? I cannot see here. Okay, it's not there. You're here? No, Cozy Cabin Games. This is the one. Okay, we rename it, and it's gonna be what? 16, and it's gonna be 4x4. And does this work if I just run it? Oh, it's not gonna work because I also have a compilation error here. Yeah. So but now it should just. Now we should see the text be animated if I did things correctly. Crashed. Very nice. Why did you crash? Yeah, learn by doing. Yeah, that's how you do most of your stuff, man. What's up, stealth e-commerce? Java's very verbose. Yeah, but it's not even that crazy. I mean, they've gotten better over the years. I need to learn other things and other thing in lib. Yeah, just iterate, I guess, man. That's the best way to go about it, Hike. Because I've done like 6 or different versions of this engine. Like, this is like the 6th or 7th iteration of it. Like, I started in Rust and I did like 3 or 4 iterations there, and then I moved here, and then yeah. Truck arrived. Peace out for now. You have a good one, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for moderating. I appreciate it, dude. My high school offered JavaScript classes. I mean, that's cool that they even offer it to begin with. Huh, I thought you were a bot. No, I'm alive. Oh, you're talking about Terrell. Yeah, he lives. He's real. Every time I watch a stream, it makes me want to continue a Naruto game. I was about 35% development at the time, but also coding for 6 to 8 months between work and school. Yeah, that's a lot of work, dude. Any kind of game is a big endeavor. Tried C++ Primer 5th edition, but it doesn't cover the compiler thing, the core, the SDLib, how to build with CMake. Yeah, there's a lot. It's annoying. That's why I just want to go to C and just like keep it super simple. No CMake, no build tools, just GCC and compiler flags, and that's all you need in life. I hate that you have to learn this separate language just to compile your language. And it doesn't have to be like this, because there's other languages that of similar complexity to C++ or more that can compile very easily, like Rust. Like, honestly, a dream would be, I feel like so many people's gripes would be solved if they made a new compiler for C++ that it keeps the language as it is, but just makes the build process so simple that you don't need to have this whole build language. What's up, Melon? Life stake. Why is horizontal so dead? I don't know. I guess this doesn't pop up in the shorts feed, I guess. Get texture. Oh, yeah, right. I want to find out where this crashed. Where did you... I hate that this does that. Oh, my goodness. I don't know why my mouse keeps warping to the center over here. It's so stupid. It's like my mouse is on timeout or something. I just want to go to screen 1. And my mouse is being held hostage. Okay, here we go. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to actually so lose it, dude. I'm going to so freaking lose it. This third monitor, I love having a third monitor. It makes reading things easier, but like at the same time, it's something with this mouse maybe. I don't know. There's something weird going on. Yeah, so I want to see the results here. You see my mouse being like held hostage? Okay, here we go. So where did the hurt happen? I'm using the old mouse. Screw it. This actually works better than the new mouse for some reason. What are you doing? What are you doing? What is happening with my screen, dude? Okay. You're seeing this? Are you seeing my mouse? You see what's happening to my mouse? Are you seeing this? And like, anytime I try moving my mouse outside of the third screen, I don't know what happened. Like sometimes it just freaks out, dude. I don't know what's going on with my mouse, dude. It's being held hostage. I can't do the work I want to. This is X11. I will never forgive you. I don't know whose fault it is. I'm gonna blame X11. I don't know what to say. It's specifically these, like these windows. I don't know what the problem is. Like honestly, I'm gonna just close it and see this. Yes, terminate. I don't care. Terminate. And the mouse issues still persist? No, mouse issues go away. So maybe it's something with C-line. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. It is older than me, Juju. What are you building? I'm building like this overlay thing. Yeah, I think a lot of people enjoy horizontal. It's just that the vertical streams is what gets presented to people on the shorts feed. Okay, now it's working like as I expected to. And then we run. And then we have error somewhere. After cannot find texture, cozy cam game. Oh, do we need to rebuild? I think we need to rebuild our. I'm gonna move this here. Hopefully that's not as bad. All right, so we go to textures. And then, yeah, now this has this name here. Which is kind of dumb. I want this to ignore... Oh, it'd be weird to ignore the color schemes. The underscores. Whatever. Anyways, you go back to game, and now there should be an error here because this doesn't exist. We have to actually provide the one with that data in there. This fails, and then why does this fail to build? Reload CMake project. Oh, is it failing because I know it's failing. I know why it's failing. It's because the shader name is the texture file name is way too long. So like static allocation of strings works up to like a certain amount of characters. I think it's like 32 characters, and if you exceed it, it doesn't compile correctly. So you have to like make. There's a way to get around this, but the gist is that you just have to. The easiest thing to do is just make the logo or make the text file shorter than the static allocation or the const expression limit before it has to like be mallocked, which it is what it is, but all right. Can you show what you're building up to right now? Yeah, I'll show you in a second. We have to fix problems first though. We have to make things. I can't show you something if it doesn't compile, right? Let's see right now. Hey, it pops up at least. It's not animated, which is odd. That is kind of weird to me, because with these changes, it should be animated. So I'm not sure what is the deal here. Anyways, so let me, for anyone who's new here, let me give you a little refresher on what we're doing. Here we go. So I have this old overlay written in Unity, and I want to transition eventually to my own engine, and I have, so I'm rewriting this overlay in my current engine. Let's go to cozy stream cd builds, and we're gonna run. So this is how the original looks and works. So I'm just kind of rebuilding a lot of this piece by piece. It's nighttime right now because it's night right where I'm at. And with this one, you'll see that it's kind of largely kind of there already. Like we have not only this, but we also have the night and day cycle going on. So you can see the transition to nighttime and then the transition back to daytime. And now I'm just adding some text into this to make it visible and, you know, look more like the part we had before. I'm probably gonna do some more fiddling with colors for the night stuff, but I'm pretty happy with how smooth this works. And it feels smoother, at least for me, compared to the one in Unity. So yeah, that's the gist of what we're doing here. And now I'm trying to add the text to this, and the text is in the atlas. So I'm assigned the texture to these tiles, and we're seeing it. But now it's a matter of supplying the correct information. I also don't want this to be animated. So I might add like a boolean is animated. Make it default to false or to true. And if it's animated, we're gonna add an animator onto it. I don't know, maybe make a separate signature for it. I don't know. Where is the animator? Animators, here we go. So it's reserving animator. We're not gonna do that. Instead, we're gonna do if is animated, but we're not gonna have, even though we're using a sprite sheet, we're not gonna have time an animator be what drives the offsets, but rather we're going to reset it and forget it. So we have this, and then, yeah. This is not going to stay like that. We're going to make a more robust thing for this. But for now, this is fine. And then within here, we're going to start making some changes. I also would like to have a tile array that's 16 large, and call this like logo text. Yeah, text. Pre-allocate it, and then as we iterate through here, we assign it. Equals tile, so we can do the sinusoidal movement later on in update. We have center here, we have width defined, position. We need to update this as well because it's going to make it the size of like the texture, which normally works fine for making, for a pixel game. It's kind of nice to have like a very fixed pixel size, but for this it's like an HD thing, so I actually have to manually, in the actual games I work on, that's not going to be an issue or consideration, but for this in particular I have to actually make this a consideration. I'll provide like an override for this. Yeah, oh, I actually have 64. It's just showing how much is unoccupied right now. I need to update that. Nice split keyboard. My new one arrived. I still need to solder it. Excited because that sounds sick though, that you're getting one, or you've gotten one. And it comes with a trackpad. It's no moving. Let's go. That's pretty sick actually. Your ultra productivity, yeah. Yo, but for now I'm using Unity. That's cool, man. No shame in the game. Yeah, I learned so much, like so much knowledge I'm applying to the engine is coming from my experience in Unity and, you know, working within it. I'm a dev and I can tell you this guy have no idea what he is doing. Don't waste your what a loser. Get out of here, man. Brother, go do something. Go be productive, man. Is a screen? It's a CRT, man. Into a separate class. Man, no, I'm not going to do Atlas logic in a separate class. Because it's like I'm just using the same thing from the animator, and it's the logic for that's actually just in a is just in the shader itself. Like it's not crazy to do an Atlas in the shader. Like that's what we're doing essentially. Well, it's actually a sprite sheet. It's not really like functionally an atlas because the atlas is kind of a texture to have a bunch of different things, but we're treating it like an atlas. And the same logic for a sprite sheet is going to work for our atlas. So like all we really need to do is just set the correct uniforms there so that the correct textures can be, or characters can be displayed. And I think what I want to do is have, since we have the tile information, I can just explicitly overwrite certain things like transform registry, or actually I think I have session. Yeah, there we go. Registry or transforms. There we go. So there's get position, there's set scale, perfect. And we can pass in our info, tile, transform. I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go, transform. And then we can provide our scale information. This will be a unified scale. We can do the math explicitly, because we know each character should be like 128. Those things scale differently because of the projection matrix or perspective, so I might have to modify this a little bit, but for now I think we'll just do this. Maybe make it like 32 and see how that goes. And then we can try setting some some floats. Because if I remember correctly, if you go to logo, oh, it's actually index, current index. That's the thing we need to set. Okay, so we can go to render, the render module, and if this implementation works fine, we should be golden. If not, then it's gonna be a sad day. Hopefully it's just the way I expect it to be, and then we can do gl get uniform location and then gl uniform 1 int and just provide the value there explicitly. Life is good, everyone is happy, hopefully. And we can go back to game and we can set int, and this will be, and then in the logo, I think I want to change this from current index to just index. I don't know. Oh, some assumptions might be broken as well. We're gonna have to see. Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Either way, this is current index, and then of course, reload CMake project, and we're good to go. Did I do this? Yeah, I do. I don't do C++ for a living. I do like VR software stuff, but I do programming for a living. That's for sure. What's going on, Gaurav and Salah? How people be hating on someone just sitting and programming? Yeah, man, it happens. I work in backend with Java mostly. I wonder if certain OP principles like favoring composition over inheritance doesn't apply in game dev. Oh, that definitely applies. I mean, there's engines who their entire thing is built on the idea of composition. So it's definitely prevalent there. The more performant critical you get to, though, the more you start stepping away from a lot of OOP stuff in favor of like cache coherency. Because, you know, busting cache results in like, or missing cache results in like a very long delay to like load. I mean, relatively, most people are tolerant and fine for it, but like, there's times where you want to maximize cache hits. So you architect things in a very different way. But a lot of OP stuff, or a lot of those kind of stuff kind of emerge. Yeah, I know that guy in chat, yeah, it happens. No one to ask, but something is not really clicked. How do you guys learn? How do you guys know what is good practice or not? I mean, the best thing to do is like the best way where you start getting perspective of that. This is so. This is like. So, there is an idea of best practices, and there is things that are good to do, but then there's certain things that are like. Okay, how about this? I think the best way, and this is not a great, like, it's like a chicken and egg situation, or like those scenarios where you need to get experience to get a job, but to get a job you need experience, right? But I honestly, like, where I started actually gaining perspective and started having more confident understanding, like, what is good and what is bad, and was kind of like having a mentor at work specifically. Because, like, there's a critical feedback cycle that happens by having someone who's much more knowledgeable than you, and going through the cycle of actually working on a long-term project together. Or not even just a mentor, just having people who are much more knowledgeable about you. Because you're going to quickly start learning what, you know, works and what doesn't, and what's accepted and what's not. Now, that's going to give you perspective about a workplace, but a workplace may or may not have good ideas. Because I'm trying to make this advice more generalized and not just about my personal experience, but I think that's part of it. The other part is just working on projects And really, like, try not to, because here's the thing, I tried using like GPT for some stuff, and I've had that weird feeling of just things being very nebulous. But when you stop using ChatGPT and just doing documentation, like reading the documentation or forums online, and then, you know, building your stuff and working on projects for a long, working on projects that are not trivial, but instead actually require tackling problems like, hey, how do you handle saving? What are the considerations that happen there? Those kind of problem spaces is where you start learning and building that intuition of what works and what doesn't work and what's kind of bad and what's not bad. And I know my advice was like specifically tied to work because that's kind of where I started learning, but even getting exposed to other code bases, even like open source projects, is a great way to kind of do it, because all of that stuff is exposed and you can kind of read through threads and discussions and get that kind of information. Yeah, I think that'd probably be... I'm not sure if I answered your question because I kind of went on a whole bunch of different tangents. But that's kind of like where my mind is surrounding yourself with people who are much more knowledgeable than you, whether it be at a job or contributing on an open source project, or just like shadowing or looking through an open source project, or trying to contribute to an open source project, or even going to something like a game jam where you're working on a project with these people in a short period of time. The game jam is kind of weird because it's a short period of time, so you're not going to be dealing with long-term considerations in your code. But at least you're getting connected to people, and then you can get some information that way. What am I doing? What was I doing? I was somewhere. I was in game state. And this is giving me an error. Why is it giving me an error? It has 3 parameters. Oh, because you need to have the render ticket. Yeah, you need to get state. No, you have to get tile. Renderer. Is that what I named it? Renderer? That's such bad naming. Why would I do that? That's like, it's supposed to be a render. Yeah, whatever. What? I think I was trying to think about it as conceptually as tickets because I wanted to make a function. Yeah, I'll do this later. Okay, so you sent the integer for this, and then I'm hoping these parameters just kind of work. To learn it gets complicated. Well, there's also like the stuff where it's like Lucas. The thing that the perplexity is that like working professionally, or not even professionally, like there are design decisions about code that are made not because that's the most optimal way for your code to run, but because it mitigates a lot of communications, the communication count with people. So things are oftentimes architected not around the best solution, but rather around managing communication lines. So like that's what kind of OOP is kind of there for, right? It's to make things in discrete modules so that it mitigates the amount of cross communication that has to happen, right? Because that's kind of a big bottleneck of programming is the communication factor. So you have things that are not necessarily the best, quote unquote, to make the application the way to write the application, but it's the way that's like somewhat cost efficient to mitigate that social cost, if that makes sense. Which is why I'm like, when it comes to saying best practice. What is going on here? Okay, this is crashing, and I'm fairly could not render. Yeah, and we have this shader called logo. And if I go here, I believe it's just called logo as well, .fragment. Yeah, and it should have the same things as using the albedo 0, uniform data, its current index, yeah, with no... Though I'm going to rename these to match my new naming convention, but that's a separate consideration. These also probably can't... It should be able to render, even if I don't provide the uniform, it would just substitute with default values, I think. if that's not the case, then I need to explicitly pass that in, which is, it's totally fine. I think when I have these things be in a... I'm gonna rename this stuff to... We're gonna do a lot of cleanup here, because the more I work on this, the more I'm discovering changes that need to happen in terms of how I designed this. It's cool how well it's kind of held up, but then there's things that are just kind of glaringly bad decisions that I'm just gonna have to correct. And that happens. That happens. No. I think it's just you, right? Yeah, you to... So now these are all capitalized. Cool. This is for logo. And we have, what, these 3 parameters? So either my set int thing is just not working, or I just need to have these parameters passed in there. And if that's that, then yeah, it's gonna be pretty simple. I just need to make, I think I'm gonna make a static class that's just gonna have all these string consts for all the different shader properties. Yeah. So we change all this, and now we have, so it would be like session int, and then we have tile.renderer yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Actually, no, that's, well, that's that current index. Yeah, this is the new current index, so that's what we want. There's more that needs to happen, and we're gonna separate this. So I'm gonna do this in a very verbose fashion, but it's gonna be fine. And then we have the pass in value, which is gonna be pixel dimension, which I know because I defined it, so I could just hard code it for right now, and we're fine. Life is okay. It's okay. We can hard code things sometimes, and not be absolute, not be unemployed tomorrow. It's okay. I think. I just want to test this theory. I just want to test this theory, guys. So we have set int, set float, and we have our frame count, which is going to be 16, I believe. And that is also a float for some reason, but that's okay. And then we have this set float for cell count x, which is going to be 4. And then we're going to do the same thing here for this. Okay, cool. And then we can simplify this a little bit. Okay, cool. I think this should just work. Actually, I'm not sure it should just work, but at least this should. This is how the API should work. Regardless of if the underlying functionality is correct, this is how it should look. Okay, let's go. What do we got for me? What do you got for me? It appeared for 1 frame and then crashed. Okay, so I wonder where you actually crash at. So let's run the debugger. Oh my goodness, the debugger is what causes the problems. The debugger is what ails my mouse. Yeah, come on over here. Yup. Whatever reason, the debugger is just not happy. It's just okay, you know what? We can move this around. No, we can't. Oh my, I had it there for a second. You see the mouse freaking out? Okay. I guess you're on timeout over here now. And my mouse is still not... Oh, now my mouse works. Okay, so I can't just put things under the screen. That just breaks stuff for whatever reason. What are you doing? I'll show you in a second, man. Okay, Latin guy, you almost got me, dude. You almost got me, man. Filtering glasses, I do, but I just don't use them for some reason. I probably should, but oh well. Oh yeah, there's a Discord server. Here you go. Here's a Discord server. That's kind of it. I'm making a tool. I'm using a tile sheet to display text. Now I'm using C++. Yeah. Starting from vtables, ending with the complexity to manage it right. What are you currently doing? I'm trying to make some text display. Apply generally makes sense. I was thinking mostly since I could see inheritance making sense with like real entities, and kind of, but then it becomes a pain. Like with entities, Gabe, like you can quickly get into this terrible spiral of like having this ugly, disgusting, humongous tree, and it's just bad for everyone involved, including yourself. So I find that most people try to avoid inheritance, and at most like maybe like one level of inheritance. And usually I'd rather just use like interfaces and do like a strategy pattern type thing. Okay, run it. Where do we break? Where is the hurt? Where is the boo-boo? Debugger. Why are you not showing me where the boo-boo is? Build finished. Okay, that's cool. I would sure like to see where it says could not render. Oh, it's actually exiting correctly, so the debugger is not going to really help me here because it's... Okay, I see now. I see. I just don't understand. So... my suspicion is that things are wrong here. That shader programs.ticket program is not how one access this. So let's just go here and let's see usages and just go from there. Mouse, you're on this screen. Stop teleporting. Okay, so we have what? We have a usage here. That's actually it's only used. Okay, it's used in here, but that's the functions I wrote. I wrote those functions. I'm looking for other cases where it's actually not bad. Okay. Here we go. And register shader. And this function here. Okay. So let's see here. This is the program ID. This is the program ID. Now, and it's used in registering the shader. But if we were to go to, let's just go up a little bit. In our renderer, and if we have our, okay, these are setting some general stuff. Wait a second. Transforms, animation stage, textures, composite, composition. We have to be iterating at some level. Where is the iteration happening when we do render? Yeah, here's the iteration. So we go to the max objects to render. We check to see if they're active programs, and then from there we do shader programs .i. And where do we assign the shader programs? Where is this assignment happening? Well, these are, okay, they're indexing into it. Where do we assign it? Set Set int, set float, yeah, that's fine. What about here? So shader programs I equals ID, and what is ID? I'm sorry, what? That's. Oh, I keep forgetting. F12 doesn't do that. It's the program ID. Okay, so it is the program ID. It is the program ID. Okay, so I don't think I'm crazy here. This is the program ID. So I think our set functions are actually correct. Like our set float here, we get a render ticket, this, and then we get shader programs, and then we index into... Wait a second. This has the program ID. Or is that the index? No, this is the actual ID, I think. So actually, no, maybe I was wrong. I was indexing into the wrong value. Because I think I'm actually storing the ID in here, so I don't have to actually access it or index it from the array. I can just yoink it directly. And maybe life is good. Okay, life is not good. It did not render. Life bad. Very sad. Something using inheritance can result in a simpler relationship between classes and less boilerplate if done. Do you do game dev professionally or as a hobby? It's a hobby, and then professionally I just do VR stuff. It's adjacent to games, though. There's no advantage to CRT. I just like it. It feels the aura. The advantage is the aura you get while using it. Inherit something like a base class, override tick functions, yeah. Yeah, I find myself oftentimes much more just doing static utility functions in C# for very similar or for very for repeat, like to avoid boilerplate. I end up just doing static utility functions for a lot of things. Building in which editor is it? I'm using CLion. And the type shortcuts because of the editor. I'm using Vim motions, so I can navigate the editor without using any a mouse for the most part. There's some things I still have to use mouse for, which kind of sucks, but we'll get there eventually. Also, I'm realizing the issue might be that the location where... The issue might be this. Like, because it's looking for a GL char pointer. It's looking for a GL char pointer. So I'm wondering if, like, string to GL char pointer, if what I did is not good enough to a const char. No, not a const char. I'm looking for a GL char pointer. Single D string to const. No. This is not what I have in mind. I feel like this should be correct, though. Like, do I have to cast it to a GL? Well, casting is not going to fix it, but it seems like I can implicitly just deal with that. Otherwise, this is not or maybe I have to do to like to C string. Oh, maybe it's just that I have to convert it to a C string. That'd be pretty goofy if that's the case. Pops him for a second and gone. Yeah, it's definitely fun, Gabe. definitely worth giving a try. And more Matrix Morpheus coming. I remembered something from DX12. I tried to play Dead by Daylight in DX11, but it didn't play that well, especially on low-end devices. Really interesting. Yeah, no, honestly, like, you're gonna learn so much from just making things. Even if it's not good, it's just gonna be so much more fruitful mentally. Jargon. I'm sorry, Civil Monkey. If there's a specific term you want me to break down, we can talk about it for a sec. At least some opportunities in the current market for simple custom DX12 solutions. Yeah, but why do a DX12 thing when you can just make your application in an Electron app? Why do that? We could just do JavaScript, man. Move it to center a div, man. You consider a div. Nah, I'm goofing. Except that's what Microsoft said. That's a different thing. There isn't just a dictionary for JavaScript. Object is a dict, like a dictionary. I mean, you can, yeah, in JavaScript it's kind of like that, isn't it? Are you using DWM here? No, I'm using i3. I'm using i3. Here's my OS stuff. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Civil Monkey. What is this GL before your variables? So this is a function, and I'm using open. So I'm using GLFW, and I believe GLFW has their own definitions for ints. So like the data type here has like they have their own GL int, which I think is just a macro that specifies like, yeah, int. It's defining. So like, I guess it's their way of ensuring that you're using the correct data type for what you're passing to their GPU or to your GPU. Yeah, so they have a lot of prepending for that, and then they have these GLs for their functions too, because these are OpenGL calls. Get uniform location, and then name, value, location. I'm kind of curious. I want to see like what part of this is breaking or failing. It's not failing critically. It's failing on like the CPU, on the GPU side, on like the shaders. I think it actually maybe on the shader side. Like maybe this is not even causing issues. Maybe if I go into the logo thing, I mean we changed a bunch of. Oh, I'm dumb. We changed a bunch of variables over here and didn't update the variables down here. Yeah, that would do that. That would make the shaders not compile. So instead of this, we have to do like this, and then U underscore this. Yeah, we're gonna have to do. Oh, brother. Oh, even this is not, because this is like, we do camel casing, not snake casing. So like, okay, this is a lot of bad, just bad, terrible, bad things here that we're just gonna have to allow to be bad, because I don't want to deal with this right now. Okay, yeah, that would do it. Okay, and this is for the uniforms. We have cell size somewhere. Pixel dimension. Yep. See, and now it's nice because I can look at a variable and know instantly, oh, this is a uniform, or oh, this is an input from the vertex, or whatever, right? Like that's the point of naming conventions. It makes it very easy to just see what these things are at a glance, without having to like go to the sort definition. There was an easy way to do this, and I just kind of did the manual way. Oh well. Bro, Electron is why RAM prices are so high. Trust me, I mean, we blame AI, but really, it's big JavaScript. It's big JavaScript. Static cast is it to CPP, not C. Nani? Also, did this, 1 second. Did it do a bad? Okay, so it's saying, yeah, so it's still saying the shader didn't compile. I'm dumb. I have error messages for a reason. Could not compile shaders lit sprite and load. Ooh, interesting. Lit sprite, no, lit sprite is fine. It's not gonna compile. Did I base this off lit sprite though? Or on lit sprite? I can't remember. Let's figure out why this is not compiling. So we have our uniform defined here. That's cool. We have a color field that exists for some reason. Utime. Yup. We're not using day-night colors here, so this is, yeah, this is logo. Okay. So I can get rid of the day-night stuff because we're not doing that. We have, where else might there be some dumb, inconsistent, bad naming? So count, yep, that's the same there. Cell size, where are you defined? Your case defined there. Okay. Ooh, but if I go here, ha! So what's the issue with you? Are you not U pixel dimension? Is this just wrong? Okay, now you pop up here. U pixel size. Oh, this is not a uniform. See, this is why we have naming conventions. It's gonna make life easier. Okay, now we can try running it. Okay, fails. Now I'm using Sea Lion. And now, but this shader compiles now, which is good. This shader does compile. Now it says it cannot render though. And I'm not sure what it could not render. So I'm forgetting what the default shader is. Let me go to shaders, or to level read write. And we have in create tile, there should be like a turner. Yep, here we go. So if length is 0, we use this default fragment and it's unlit sprite, which is cool. That should work the way we expect it to. Interesting. And it's saying it cannot render, so I'm wondering what it has to do with the shader, but I'm wondering if there's something I didn't do. Thank you, Gabe. Is that a coding game or a real coding? No, it's a real game. It's a real code. Let me try undoing. Let me undo. It's not a game. This is an overlay I'm writing, but I'm gonna use this eventually to write a game. So let me get rid of this stuff here. Okay, we're gonna do this. This is fine. We're just gonna do this. Oh no. It lagged. Sea Lion lagged. This is why I like using just regular old Vim. And just good old fashioned GDB. None of this, man. None of this, man. So this is how it looks like in my little game engine, or fork of my game engine. And we're just trying to get some text going on here. There's a shader that isn't working, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on there, but we're gonna get it working. Remember when I said this should be quick? Like in and out, in and out. We're just gonna make text work, and it's gonna be great. And then, then I get to work on the actual game project I have in mind. Yeah, I don't think it's never that simple, man. It's never that simple. Excuse me. Yeah, this is what it normally looks like without with all this commented out. And now we're trying to figure out why this shader is not working the way I want to. Yeah, there you go, OG poets. 2025 Tetris. There's a way I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Yes, I mean, if you're talking about Vim on a CRT and some game deving, or I guess overlay deving, but eventually game deving. What language is C++? Hey, you have a go on, Gabe. Thanks for everything, man. Hope you enjoyed. So scrolling shorts makes me into a YouTube live. Wait, what happened? Good luck, Mr. Game Dev. I found your, because if I have YouTube history disabled, so scrolling shorts makes me... Interesting. That's good to know. Hope you have a good one, though, man. And good luck in your endeavors of programming, whether it be game dev or, your web dev life or what have you, man. Whatever seizes your curiosity. If we were a normal coding channel, we would have a stable branch to demo off of, but we are cool and hip and push violently to math. 100%. That's literally what we're doing right now. Like, let me go to the project. Or actually, wait. Where's Writer? Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Look at. Oh, I didn't even go to the right thing. Okay, whatever. Git status. We have a lot here, right? Git log. I mean, we started this. It's just 2 commits to master. That's all we have. That's all you need. And in the actual repository for the source game engine, the cozy engine, like it's everything is on master too, man. Like look at that, all master, baby. No branches, no forks, just one line of commits. That's peak deving right there, man. That's peak deving right there. That's all you need, man. The screen is literally older than me, but it looks awesome. It's great. It's older than me too, man. It's older than me. But it's a classic. I like it. In fact, I have 2 other ones that are older. One over here from the 70s and one here from the 90s or early 2000s. It's pretty good. Do you do concept art before making a game? Sometimes, yeah. I do a lot of concepts. For Messy Mansion, there's some concepts art I did. There's all the sprites. I started I started Fight and Flight with just the sprites I made, and then went from there. The original game I started like that too. I just made the sprites first and then went that way. Can we see a fully made game? I don't have like a fully... I'll show you. So I'll go onto my... Because I stopped posting online, which is kind of bad. But I have an old account I go to that kind of has... You know what? The Discord has... I have more stuff on the Discord. I have some stuff there. Open Discord in your browser. Then you go to the Cozy Cabin Games Discord and... Go to the dev updates real quick. Oh, we have people joining too? What's going on? Bedford Varma, Lucas, Aesthetical. Glad to have you guys here. Welcome. Yeah, so the previous game project was Messy Mansion. That is not as polished, but there's a lot more cool technical stuff that's going on there. Like here's a demo of the lighting stuff, the custom lighting system we have. Which I feel very fond of. But no, not the occlusion mapping stuff. Some boss battle stuff. Custom terrains. Character sprites. Yeah, you're asking about concepts. I do some character sprites like this. It makes me figure out, hey, I want to do something. You can see the game on a CRT too. It's always super cool to do that. But Crimson Crown is probably the most polished game I've worked on, and let me see if I can find some extensive gameplay footage of it. It's a procedurally generated dungeon crawler and roguelike, where you get to pick up abilities, assign it. was fun making the music for it and some animations and the algorithm for the dungeon generation. We have time stopping for one of the abilities. And then a dynamic music thing for combat and stuff like that. Yeah, this game was so polished. I'm gonna have to get back to it eventually, but this is the one game I haven't done like mostly solo. A lot of it's like me, like the environment art and music and stuff like that. But I have a boy, my friend Greg, who did the character animations and designs for some of them characters as well. Who's working on this, and I kind of don't want to resume work on this until he's like in a point where he's free to just tag along and you know, tackle this together. But yeah, Crimson Crown's one. I even have like a wooden keyboard case I made for it to give away. I made it for myself, but I wanted to make more to give away to people. And then the next game, and here's like the procedural level generation stuff too for dungeons. That's cool. Though I think I'd design it a little bit differently, but we'll see. Yeah, Messy Mansion's the next game after that. Let me see if I can find some gameplay. There's some boss stuff here. It's a game where you clean up. So yeah, bosses you can fight. You have these stains in the world you can clean up. So if I could find some better footage of it. Yeah, I think, is this a bug or is this gameplay? Yeah, here's the gameplay. So this is the game I was working on before the current fight and flight game. This is before I fixed the rim lighting shader. It's not doing the rim lighting effect. It looks better. Oh yeah, and then you can, yeah. I'm gonna get back to this game eventually at some point. So many games I need to finish. The thing is, I'm really desperate to just stop working in Unity. I'm so tired of working in Unity. I just want to switch to my own engine already. So it's kind of hard to convince myself to come back to these. Yeah, these are the major ones. And then this has gone through more revisions. Hub world, better lighting. Another level demo because we added cast light shadows, cast lights or cast shadows because we have our own lighting thing. What's going on, Mossy? Let me catch up in chat though. My bad. I'm subbing. I'll be back. Hey, thanks, Pixeldose. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we have the Discord. Here's the Discord command if you guys want to get updates and stuff like that. Or if you want to ask questions or whatnot. Through my brother who found you through shorts. Oh, that makes sense, Aesthetical. Well, either way, I appreciate you joining the Discord and popping in chat and hanging out. Unseeing to both ears, that's terrible, dude. Yeah, I can always config NeoVim, but that's going to be that's a project in of itself. Also, who is this? What's that name? That's actually really cool. Welcome, man. Glad to have you. Welcome aboard. So yeah, that's some of the work I've done. Your in-game music is louder than your voice. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. I'm not using my headphones right now, so my bad, y'all. Oh, that's you? That's you, Real Vorson? That's a cool name, man. I keep seeing this PS1 style. Is there a name for it? It's just kind of PS1. It's literally just the PS1 style. Like, all the vertex snapping and stuff comes from the PS1, and it's lack of precision for certain vertices and stuff, or for representing 3D points. So PS1 style is a pretty apt thing. Though there's a lot of things that emulate it that don't do it quite correctly. Like, I'm not doing it correctly. I'm not achieving that snapping vertex look from the lack of precision, but rather from like space transformations. sorry, what? Wait, what's going on here? Birkendig telling me to jump off something tall for offering help to the game.cpp file has having problems compiling. Wait, what? What happened? Level One second, let me uncomment this stuff. But yeah, there's that. That's just a look at some of the stuff I've worked on. Still have to finish it, but we'll get that eventually. Did you go to school for all that? Nah, I mean, I studied IT, but none of this stuff I learned at school. This is all largely self-taught. Just defending me, Lord, is all. I appreciate it, Real Vorsen. No, I don't work for a studio. I work adjacent to games. What's going on here, though? I'm trying to understand what that guy was saying. Oh, you're saying, Birkin. About the load, this function here. Session, state, position. Like, this should all be correct parameters. Session, level, position, yup. Texture, that's the texture info. Yup. Oh, you know what? I need to set this to false as well. Here's my thoughts on AI and vibe coding. Okay. So I'm still getting this error of cannot render. It's a GL error 1282. Let's actually read documentation. GL error 1282. It seems to be a prevalent thing. And I've been here before, so I'm probably not is not very descriptive. Possible error codes for invalid value or invalid value or operation. Okay, that doesn't. So I guess that error code is not the most helpful thing ever. Let's see what the Chronos forum says. This guy actually like suspects what's going on. It's weird because the shader is compiling. So I'm wondering if it's like these set value functions that are causing issues. So let me try even just commenting these specifically out and see if it works fine. Because then it just means that, okay, so it is the setting functions, it's the function setters that are causing this issue, or the uniform setters that are causing these problems. Okay. So is the fact that I'm setting these things arbitrarily outside of the render loop causing issues, or is it the way I'm accessing this stuff causing issues? Like these functions, render texture, back to programs, render.index. Okay. These provide a render ticket. And I was accessing just program ID, but let me actually try doing this instead, where we do shader program and then do render ticket.index. Yeah, let's try this instead, because that's what I do elsewhere. And see if that fixes things. But not defined? What do you mean tile for declared? So I'm doing a Unity slash like glob build, where like all the C++ files are actually just a single compilation unit. So the tiles is declared ahead of some ahead of a lot of things because it's used pretty frequently. But I'm not doing for declaration, but rather where I'm including it is declaring it for the rest of the project. So it's an odd thing, but that's the way I just get around having to write header files for every single source file. Hello, stream popped up in my feed. Your desk setup is really cozy and the game is looking solid. Thank you, man. Appreciated, Bart Carpenter. Thank you, man. I do appreciate it. Supportive error codes. Yeah. I never understand anything you do, but I'm super curious. It's very entertaining. I appreciate it, Solo. I mean, if you have questions, feel free to ask, man. Inside that monitor. That'd be pretty cool. So, we're still getting this error code 1282. So, something odd is still happening here. Something odd is indeed happening. And it's happening with these set floats and set int properties. So I'm assuming, I almost feel inclined that this is like the issue with the location. Let me see something though, because this has this is expecting something specific. Which is a GL char pointer. And if you look at the type, definition void, program, location. Wait, what? Is it expecting 3 parameters? The program, the location, and the parameter? What? Oh, let me look at my usages here. GL get uniform. So here we pass in shader programs this, and then albedo. Yeah, that's fine, and it's a GL int, and it's in simple text, a simple string. Interesting. So this is the parameter I kind of expect it to be. The shader program first, then the plain text. And that's what we're doing here. Shader program first, then the plain text. Then in this case is a string. And we're doing this C string conversion. Yeah, it's expecting a GL char pointer. So let me actually even go to that. GL char. It's lowercase. Yeah, nothing different, nothing weird there. It's what I expected to be. And this produces what? What does this C string produce? Is it producing what I think it is? Okay. Okay, I don't even know what these things are. It's a const something. Oh, closed C line, my bad. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. What is going on? Okay. Close that. Let me try just doing the dumb thing again. Not dumb thing, but the way I initially wanted to, which is going to be just... like that. I think this library does require, or is expecting a C-style string for this, which is why we're getting the char pointer instead of this. But I still feel like... yeah, no. Is there something I'm missing here? Because it works fine in these contexts, unless I have to make this a const, like I do in front. Because that's the only thing that's changed here. Is this is not a const. That'd be dumb if it's gonna fail on runtime for this not being a const. But I doubt that. I doubt that's the case. Or better yet, instead of doing this, well, I'm just moving the problem. Actually, no, I'm not moving the problem, because I could just do what I can just do is change this parameter to, instead of being a string, to instead be a char pointer, or in fact, even better, a GL char pointer. Then the Otis is on here, and since we're passing it the literal, I think this should actually be fine here. And then I wonder if in game it's gonna be, nope, it still works fine, even though we're doing this implicit change. This is not, it's weird that this is not throwing an error over there. But I'm not gonna complain. I'm just gonna let this be. I'm just gonna let it be. Let's just send it and see if it works. Yeah, it still doesn't work. Okay. I have not heard Big Chungus in forever, dude. No, it's something dumb. I'm doing something dumb, dude. There's something very dumb going on here. Because the uniforms are being set, right? Like, the only thing I think of is I have a bad assumption about how you set uniforms. It's so much easier than it looks. I mean, yeah. I mean, like, so much of programming is just context. Like, for me, I'm aware of this code base, so it's easier to kind of go about it. But if I were to go to someone else's code base, like, I wouldn't be able to navigate it freely or debug what's going on or figure out why things aren't happening the way I want them to. Yeah, this does not work. Uniform. Yeah, this is a location. This is, yeah. Nope, stop going there. And we're passing the literal here, but then if we go to, like, if we go to game, this is so perplexing, man. Like, I wish I had a more descriptive error that's going on. It's not like I put a breakpoint and follow through, because there's issues happening on the shader side, on the GPU side. Like, something's failing to render. That's just what's happening. Something's failing to render. And what are you saying? Deduce expression type show context options. What is this? Convert to string literal. Oh, is it not as literal before? What? Yeah, that's not doing anything though. Or is it? Is it doing something? Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I have been just doing something dumb by not doing it like this. But, like, in every other instance where we do assign a value to the like, I don't think this should work at all, but right now I just want to do something. It's gonna fail the same way, but I just want to at least say I have done this. And if it pops up for a single frame, and that's it. Okay, cool. Okay. So, what have we learned? Is it because I'm passing a... No, but then, like, does this not implicitly cast? Okay, yeah, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. I was gonna be so mad if that was the issue. Okay, we're good so far. Used to hear when I was playing games. I'm learning the terminal. Let's go. Worse than this. I know, random guy, still a skill gap. It shouldn't discourage anyone from doing that, for sure. Yeah, like when you work on your own project and architect it the way you want it to, it's like it's like perfect in your eyes, and then someone else is gonna look at that and be like, "This is the worst thing ever," and it's not right in my mind, and it drives me nuts. Okay, you know what? Is there something wrong in the shader itself? Like, maybe it's just something else. Like, the shader compiles, but what about the handoff from the vertex to the fragment? Like, let's go back to... So what, we take in vec3, vec2, vec3. Like, let's just compare this to... And this is the output color. So we know that for example, like sky, the sky fragment shader works. We know this works for sure. So we can compare this against these two shaders. Let's move this around here. Can I move it to be next to the sky fragment shader? Okay, perfect. Here we go. I just want to go between them quickly. Okay, so let's move the color back up here. Just want to make sure that I'm not doing something incredibly dumb or obvious between these two. So the sky defines this. Okay, yeah. We have logo defines these other uniforms. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so far so good. We have our albedo 0 sampler uniform. Yeah. We don't define it albedo 1. We have U time. That's correct. Okay, and then we have our main that exists. It's doing something as you'd expect it to. Do you ever assign a color? Yeah, we assign a value to color retexture and then a sample point. I don't know why we do this math here. What this math exists for. No idea. Why this math exists in the first... There's this color... Maybe I'm just using the wrong shader. No, that's saying that's final output. So why do we do this? Oh, because I was going to do the rim lighting effect here. That's why I did that. This is intended for the rim lighting shader. Yeah, because you get the pixel size, you get the size of the pixel, and then you do a step across the UV until you find a transparent pixel, and then you can use that to determine how much the normal should be skewed that way. Okay. No suspect math here. seems to be correct. Man, it's weird, man. I think you framing it as needing context is huge, and you do have to have some skill set to navigate any set of command lines. It's literally learning a new language. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Very much. Do you have a tutorial or something? Nah, man. Maybe one day I'll do a tutorial, but yeah. It's not it's ASMR, some would say. No, not Einstein. I'm definitely no Einstein, dude. I'm definitely not even upper echelon. I feel like I barely make it to mid echelon programmer. But I'm trying, man. We're trying. Discard. I'm kind of curious, actually. Let's just do this. I'm just gonna comment everything out and then set color equal to vec4 1 and see if it's like a syntax issue here. So we're gonna make this behave ideally, and it still fails. Okay, and that should be expected because it's not like this shader is failing compilation. So okay. And in fact, the shader has displayed before. So I don't even think the issue is here. I think it's actually just... I mean, we tested it earlier. The issue's within our set functions. They try setting values, but they're not getting the correct thing. And I was assuming it's maybe like the shader program, the incorrect shader program, or the location. In fact, I might just change this to be like name for simplicity, because that's what it really describes, not location. And we're providing this render ticket, a reference to this render ticket. And let's just verify something else. Is the render ticket for sure like initialized? Because maybe that's part of the issues. It's not initialized when we do tile create. You have static create. Wait a second. We don't call this function. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's another thing we have to fix, but whatever. So we have create tile. It returns a tile, an actual tile. We have level state, whatever. We have this. We're setting it to false because we're not going to animate it, which means that we don't reserve an animator, nor do we reserve a play animation. You know what might be happening, actually? You know what actually might be happening is that we're trying to set values that don't exist within this field because there's no animator. Because if we go into the render module and we go to the render function, okay. Okay, I guess we just go up here. We're just indiscriminately iterating through everything because we assume everything's going to have an animator on it, but in reality, it may not. It will not with these text boxes. So we iterate through all the different objects that need to be rendered. We use a GL use program, and then we. Those might be my. Also, then I might have to set uniforms here, but I don't know. That also might be the case. But either way, we set these properties, which don't exist in this program, and this is fine. This is fine. So I'm wondering if that's the issue, is that we're assigning. But no, we assign values to shaders that don't have these uniforms, and it's fine. Or it doesn't break like that. So maybe that's the case. 'Cause I think GL is much more stateful. That might be the case, in which case I can't like I think I have to queue up things, changes to shader uniforms, and then like once we iterate, we check to see if there's any queued changes for property setting and then do that. That feels odd to me though. But I kind of want to test this. So a way to test this would be like if my assumption, if what I'm seeing here is correct, then if I were to set the uniform of something else, I don't know. If it works, it kind of eliminates a lot of possibilities. If it doesn't work, it doesn't narrow things down as much. I can always just directly access this stuff though. So I can just, we can get rid of this and instead have a, what could we do instead? We could have a, yeah, we can get rid of this and then set the values for an arbitrary renderer and see if that, like for a field that we know exists, and then see what that produces. So we have this, we do session data, session renderer, and then we can get like, I don't know, set float. What's a float I want to set? That is going to be consistent throughout. I would have to add like a new flag, but we'll just try this out. I don't know, one. We could do like, I don't know, C. And then we have to get the render ticket, so we can just do session render active programs, reserved programs, shader programs, and make this be like 0 or something. Oh, this doesn't have a render ticket though. We have like a array of the components of a render ticket, but we don't have the actual render ticket, do we? We have texture info. Oh. All right. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna close this right now. I'm gonna come back to this. Because I'm kind of perplexed. I don't know what exactly. The fact is that we have like a lack of information. Maybe I should use something like CUDA, or not CUDA, but there's like a thing from NVIDIA to better, like Insight to like look at what's going on here, but I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, it's a custom engine, West Farm. I work in VR, meme, FYI. No, I don't speak French. Thank you. I'm glad you dig the keyboard. Psyopsy, hey bro, I subscribe. Thank you, program. Long time no see. Good to see you, Oliver. In my opinion, the way to improve is to do and design. You can't get better design unless you do and design. Yup. Time in the saddle is how you get good at stuff, man. Time in the saddle is how you get good at stuff. So let me do something real quick, because I just want to feel like I've done something. And then I'm going to try circling back to this. So I'm going to work on this instead for a minute, because there's a lot of work. I'm not sure if I'm going to call this day 1 or maybe call this tomorrow day 1 and just throw this into there. There's a few things I want to work on here. I want to make the object pooling stuff work better. And just the the spawning in of objects. So we have a thing called Game Board Manager. And this is where everything exists. So we have a definition for entity in here. And we have the game board, and we have a list of two important things. We have an array of entities, which is like a model version of it. It's a very lean, purely data version of it. And then we have the view version of it, which is like an object that's actually be rendered, right? And we recycle these objects because there are gonna be like thousands of these guys. But the game is only ever gonna show like a handful, like 100 maybe or 50 of these objects. So whatever objects here that are in view, we're gonna repurpose the objects that exist here to be visible there. So we have a way and mechanism of we have a mechanism that exists for updating this view, where we have an update, and then here we go. So this is where the logic exists for this, where we kind of calculate a certain margin. This is okay. We have a min x, max x, buffer start, buffer end, because everything, the model stuff is just a fixed buffer of data, and that indicates what kind of entities exist where. And then at buffer start, we iterate from the start of the buffer to, because the buffer can be mapped directly to world space. And then we do stuff here. We check to see if slot is alive, or if slot is not alive, we just don't even worry about that. Slot is like a index in the model. So if it's not alive, we're not going to do anything with it. If it exists in scene, then we skip over it because it already exists, and that's exactly what it needs to be. And then if it doesn't exist in the scene, we instead create the entity, which is reserving it from our object pool. And then we add it to our view. So this is iterating over everything that should be visible, all the elements in the buffer that should exist. We have to have a state or a thing where we remove everything outside of the buffer, or everything that doesn't exist within the view of the buffer. So to do that, I think we have to go through iterate through the view objects, or the view, and yeah, key value pairs. There's got to be a way to iterate. There's like for each. We have the key value pair, and then we can check to see if this object is outside of this, then we can return it back to the object pool. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I was working on the custom engine West fam. I'm switching to another game project real quick though. Thank you, Lady Luck. I'm glad you dig it. Yeah, dude. Another night of just terrible bad coding, man. How to learn coding? Just get time doing it, man. Like, okay, it's always the same thing. It's like time. The amount of time coding is going to be important. That's how you build intuitions, learn stuff, right? But if you just are in isolation and working on projects, there's things you don't know that you should know. So also connect yourself with people who are more knowledgeable. So like, either find a mentor or get embedded into a community of other programmers. Just do that, man. Because you're going to learn things either by proximity or even work on a project with somebody else that is going to be beneficial for you. And that you wouldn't have known otherwise. So that's kind of the main things. Game object. So we have to actually get the poolable object trait from it. Use AI. No, I actually do not recommend doing that. It's a short-term game, but it's not going to be long-term. It's not good for you. Tiny baby coder. Yeah, just take it, enjoy your project, man. Enjoy the process of learning. You only get to do it once. Just work on something that you find cool and interesting, and just, you know, just let it carry you, man. So we have key, we have cabinet. Oh my goodness, dude. What's up, people, man? But yeah, dude. To nerd? I've never heard of nerd. Okay, so what do we have here? We have this key value. And this is the key value that is... I believe it's the coordinate within this model. So that's actually very helpful for me, because then we can check to see if key.x is less than min x, or key.x is greater than max x. If any of these things are true, or actually we can do the inverse. If it's like less than max and then greater than min, then it's within range, it's fine, we can continue on our way. Otherwise, what we do is that we do value, and then it's a game object, so you have to do get component, and I have like this poolable object thing. Yeah, poolable object, and we can't, we're iterating through this, we can't modify this dictionary, so you have to have a list of things to remove. So what, vector 2, removal list. So we're gonna return the actual object back to the return to pool. Okay, and then we add our key to the removal list. Key value, yep. Cool. So now objects that should not be there get removed. And we might have to make this a bit more, because like this is fine when we had a very small radius. So in the game we had, and let me even illustrate what's happening here. We have this circular cylinder that represents, oh my goodness, that represents the game map, right? Oh my goodness. And on there's a bunch of entities, but in any given segment, the players can only see like a small cross section of it. So maybe like a slice like this, let's say. So only before, the way we implemented is that any objects that exist in this slice, even if they're behind, they existed here. But any of these entities outside of here, we wouldn't actually have a game object that represents it. That was fine when the radius was smaller, but now that the radius is bigger and we have to add more objects to kind of fill that space, so like this big, let's say. Now the way we do this kind of object culling has to be a bit more precise, because I honestly, we don't have to represent everything here on this slice either, because the back is not visible. Like this, all the objects there are not going to be visible. They're going to be occluded. And likewise, the player's only seeing like a small fraction of this. So I might even do a further constraint, not just on the x-axis, which is what I'm mapping here, but also on the y-axis as well. Which means we have to like take the player's current rotation and convert that to a y value, and then use that to cull objects. So it's gonna be a thing, man. It's gonna be okay. We have to think about this. I'll make it till midnight while I have you in my background as I work on my own project. Let's go, TST. I appreciate it, man. What is your X? What is X within your program? So the X and Y, we have. So I mentioned we have a model. We have a view representation of this stuff. So what do I mean by that? So having like, let's say in this like area here, there's like 10,000 objects. Let's just say hypothetically, right? Well, I don't need to have the 10,000 objects here, like rendered and everything, right? But I just need to know like, hey, I just need to know that there's supposed to be an object of like this type here. That's all I need to know, like an enum value. So I have like this model version of it that's literally just an array, not model. That's just an array that says, hey, this is an enemy. Hey, this is coins. Hey, this is a power up. And there's an enemy over here. And there's additional position like information about where it is on the cylinder, right? Which is what you're asking about is the X and Y. And there's also additional X data and Y data here. So maybe it's at coordinate 0, 1, and 2, 1, 1. Anyways, even though this is a 3D object, we're actually placing it only within 2D coordinates. One is a positional X value, but the other one is like this rotational Y value. So it's like an angular value, essentially, right? But the model's not thinking about it like that. It's just thinking about it as just this X and Y coordinate that exists, as if you unwrapped this cylinder into this shape, which is a rectangle. So that's how the model exists. And then the view is just the actual few objects that exist within this small window. And we use an actual, like, 3D positional stuff. To just do it as a hobby, I can still be proficient if it's just a hobby. I feel like many coding learning services are advertised as become master. Yeah, no, you don't get things by rushing it. Just enjoy I think you get better at programming if you actually legitimately enjoy it and, you know, work at the pace that captures your interest. It is a function of time, so the more time you put into it, the better you can get with it. But, you know, everything, like coding for me started as a hobby that I did after school. So, I think you could totally get proficient at it. It's just a matter of time. So yeah, that's kind of explanation of this information here. And in fact, if you want to take a look at it, it's like, hey, bang, bang, right here. Here's entity. We have our enum for entity type, its position, and then another value for is it alive or not. Brother, I completely forgot about a lot of this stuff. I had to like reacquaint myself with this. Me explaining it to you is not just to like, this is also explaining it to myself to better understand it. Filters? Not a filters. Look, it's a real thing. These are real. There's a real environment I'm interacting with here. Alexandre Dumas. Great book writer. Great book writer. So, let's just test this out. Actually, it's not done yet, because we just built this list of things to remove. Now we have to actually go to the removal list. And... oh, we could just do for each. That's cool. And we just go into view, .remove, and then X. Yeah, I should probably name this better. Yeah, Alexandre Dumas wrote The Three Musketeers, right? Or maybe Exoplayer in Unity? Nah. I do stuff in Unity, but never Exoplayer. Has Nightbot just abandoned? Abandoned? No, Nightbot's working. Cost? It's really cheap. I got it for like $40 or $50. It's not that. These things are not that expensive. All right, so we have this working now. I think I also want to try to do that other view thing, but we'll see. Also, do you want to have a greater entity count? So board chunk is like 2,000. Board height is 128. That's a step above. And we have a cell length of 2 meters, which means it should be pretty dense. Let's just see if this works. Because I think I'm quickly exhausting the object pool. Let's see if it. Oh yeah, of course. Unity has a thing where you have to on Linux you have to do this. I mean it's low spec, but that's kind of what you bargained for. Okay, I need to have a way to like visually see if this is working correctly as well. That's another aspect. So what I'm going to do is actually lower the player. I'm going to lower the player. We're going to have to save this project, and I'm going to disable the visuals. Sadly, I liked them. And the tile 2. And I'm going to move the player back a bunch. The position of the player. Yeah, because this has to be tied to this, yeah. Yeah, here we go. And yeah, we're gonna move you back to be like 10, a radius of 10. And let's just see how this looks. Okay, so you have a bunch of objects here now. Okay, you can see them disappearing as they get outside of the view. If we go back out, they reappear. Nice. So only the objects in our slice are working, are visible the way they're supposed to be. Nice. Cool. So it's actually pretty straightforward making this work. Now the trickier, but maybe not so tricky part is going to be having that window, because it has to be relative to the player. That sliding window. What's going on? I'm not working on Messy Mansion right now. Yeah, I'm working on a game. This is a game in 3 weeks project. It wasn't supposed to do that today, or I was supposed to do it, but this kind of happened way later. So I might roll this in tomorrow. I don't know. I need this. Oh no. My mom is kind of homeless. Wait, what's going on? I feel like I'm missing context here. And 200 code, meaning more details from graph, simple program, input, output. How many input will work? Many output. What? Has been dragging me down. I look forward to when it finally clicks. Yeah, it'll get there, man. A lot of this is weird, and usually it's like a specific moment where things just click. Like that happened with me with like OP with like seeing this application of the strategy pattern. Yeah. There's always little moments where things click, and it's like, oh, this makes sense. Input is shooting, melee, magic, exterior output, element, colors. What's going on, Ghost? And Manat DSG. What's going on here? Radius. So this works cool. But now we need to start doing the Y values. The min, we have a min X and min and min x and max x. And we're doing this so I can just like iterate across those columns only within the buffer. We now need to start defining some kind of float min y and max y of some sort. And I don't know how I want to go about doing that. Because we can get like I guess we can do angle. No, angle's always weird and tricky. Or maybe we can just get rotation directly, because rotation actually preserves things. It doesn't do the... Yeah, we're going to avoid trigonometric functions, because usually when we get that, it's limited within a certain value range, not the full 360. I want a full coverage. A full wind coverage. My mom is kind of homeless is a popular meme. Oh, thank you, Parker. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I don't know how I can be of service on that front, or if there's a specific context to it. I was like, I need to know more. What are you doing? I'm doing some little optimization for my game. Like 15 years, and not in this game, just coding in general. Around there. So min y, max y. So we're gonna have to define some kind of buffer width as well. So height, cull height. Maybe it's like 5 elements or something. And then min x, we have to get the player y. And we're gonna get that because I have the player here. And we're gonna do transform dot rotation Euler angles dot, and then we're rotating on the x-axis. So we're gonna get this. It's in Euler angles, which means the max is gonna be 360. So we divide this. If we want to normalize it, we can do like 360 divided by 360. I'm assuming this should produce the result I'm looking for. And then given this player y value, and we have to map this to, okay, so we have this. We have to multiply it by board height, I believe. Yeah, length, yeah, and height, there we go. And then min y is gonna be player y minus cull height. Should be cull height divided by 2, but whatever, it's fine. And then player y plus cull height. And then what we're gonna do is, as we iterate, we do this is slot active, and this is everything that should exist, but we have to add a new test to this to be like, hey, if this is not within our window, I don't want none. Or if it's within our window, we actually want to keep it alive. So we have to check to see if it's outside of our window, and if it's outside our window, we're just gonna skip it. So slot, in fact, this is easy, keep that there. If slot dot position, which I believe dot y is less than min y, or is greater than, yeah, if it's outside of the window range, if it's less than min y, or it's is greater than max y. So if it's outside of our window, we continue on as well. Otherwise, we continue doing this, and likewise, we iterate through the views here, and we check to see if key y is greater than max y, Is this checking to see if it's, yeah, within range? Yeah, so within range. Okay, cool. In fact, actually, I realized my logic here is a little bit flawed. It has to be or, and we're checking outside. So if any of the values are outside of the range, the Y range, we don't want none. We don't want none. And then over here, you're checking to see if it's within the range, and we're going to be skipping. Okay, cool. Key value.y is greater than max y, and this is y. Then we continue. It's going to live. Cool. Yeah. That's what we want. Okay. I'm still pretending like I'm in C-line in my C++ world. No, we have to go here. Does this work? We have to build, don't we? Yeah, we have to rebuild. Yeah, it doesn't. I keep forgetting it doesn't do it automatically. There's a setting for that, and I think it's on already. I think this is a weird Linux thing. To a machine program? What does that mean? Like controlling machines? Okay. I'm not sure this is doing what I expect it to do. I don't think it's doing what I expect it to. Or maybe it is, but it's not within the range. I could tell you that much. It's also kind of disorienting because there's no cylinder to test this with. Kind of tired of just learning about terminology. I want to create something. Dude, just do it then, Hoppa, just do it. Like literally, for me, I actually didn't bother learning terminology. I was like, all right, I just need to know the bare minimum to make something visible on screen and move it. And that's what happened with me with GameMaker. And I was like, all right, cool. How do you make movement? And I try to do the bare minimum learning to make it happen. And then eventually you start learning the terminology and you start understanding syntax and then these concepts at a more deeper level, just because like you start building the intuition. You start seeing this stuff more and more. But I think it's fun just to get the thing happening, because it's like, hey, there's actually some response here. And it's kind of cool. Are you using like Pygame to do your game? Distro, here's my OS information. What's up, Jeffrin Santon? Let me check to see what's going on here. You said last code added as an error check with and will it be possible? You're talking about for the view culling thing? Here. This should be correct. Because this is checking to see, hey, what do we need to remove? And if our current key value is within the Y window, our min Y and max Y value, if it's within that, then we just continue on our way. Because it needs to exist still. It doesn't need to be deleted. So we do key.y if it's less than, if it's greater than y. Oh, min y. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, that's a simple error. Let's go. Good catch, dude. Good catch, dude. Actually, great catch. Hopefully that's the only issue. Where's Unity? There it is. It takes a while to like show up. Big claps, man. AI? Yeah, no. Here's my everything you have to say about AI. AI comes up a bunch in conversations. Not really gonna talk about it too much. Okay, let's see how this works. So it's not filtering the way I'd want it to. It is kind of is. But it's kind of not at the same time. It's almost like, let me see if the Y value is correct in the player, or the X rotation for the Euler as you rotate around. Because I just realized you can have negative Euler values. Yeah, and that has bad implications for this. So if I lower this, and then we let the player rotate around. So rotation on X is like positive. Aha! I'm seeing negative values emerge. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the negative values. So let's see. Let me see if I can figure out when we get negative values as well. I know going backwards is going to cause that. Going past 180 is going to do that too. Okay. I see what you're stepping on. Okay. Okay, so you have to correct for that case. The negative Y value case, because our values is explicitly all positives. Or that's the assumption here for getting the Y value. So what can we do? We can do like, I mean, this is a normalized value, so we can work at that level, or we can work at the angle level. We can do plus 180. But that means our starting value is not going to be 0. It's going to be that. So it's going to be like 180 instead, which I don't like. I don't think that's the correct mapping. So I guess we can use a wrap function, or I have to think about this. Thank you, Lucas. Adding a reverse shell with my AP will improve performance. So this is the second time I've heard that phrase. What's a reverse shell? And actually, I think, where is it? Was it you, Buddha Toes, that mentioned it yesterday? I remember seeing you yesterday. Editor's writer. Getting me sleepy? I'm glad, Lucas. With a 180. Yeah, it's a max value of 180. I was assuming it's going to be a 0 to 360 value, but no, it's actually a maximum 180 value. Positive and negative, though. Please play Skyrim. Oh yeah, I did want to play some Skyrim. I do want to play some Skyrim. Let me do something real quick. 1 second. Let me open up Sea Lion. Let me get rid of the code that was causing problems. We're gonna start using this stream overlay, even if it's unfinished. Just so I can, like, I just want to start using it, because even in the debug build runs better. Even the debug build runs better than oh yeah, this is the one that was like me trying out something, but that's not gonna work. Interesting. Actually, this is having compile time error. Oh yeah, because there's no render ticket. Yeah. Okay. Hey, there we go. There we go. Is it a backdoor for them to connect your IP by introducing theirs first? I have no idea. I want to know. I should probably Google this at some point. No clue no clue what it means. Dude, I absolutely love this. This looks so freaking good, man. We're gonna get the text thing working at some point, at some level. So we're fixing this. we're fixing this. We're fixing our min max value stuff, right? So we have to remap the value, the 360 value. I know we have to do that, that's for sure. I'm gonna clean this up later. Player angle. Or if you want to be fancy, you could say player theta. And then we can do this, throw it in there, get rid of this term. And then that's just like the normalized. Actually, that's not theta. That's not theta. Player Y normalized. That's really what it is. Or 0, 1 for simplicity. There's a normalized rotation value. And now we're going to try and modify this to be the actual board Y. To do that, the simplest thing to do, but it's going to be wrong, I think, is do 0, 1 times 0.5 plus 0.5. Oh my goodness, come on, work. Oh, I thought I didn't indented it wrong, or bad. So we have this normalized value, and then we can multiply this, or this adjusted. In fact, this is not, yeah, this is not going to produce that, because it has to be 180. It's going to produce a negative. Yeah, okay, I have to make it 180 for it to be a -1 to 1 value range. So it's not 0, 1 either. What's a term for like a -1 to 1 value range? I don't know. I'm gonna have to specify this later. Board height. So cool, we have this, we have this. Let's see if, oh, we can't just do press play, can we? Yeah. I'm telling you, once we get my engine working, we're gonna be gravy, baby. We're gonna be gravy. Life is gonna be good. It's gonna be so good. Life's gonna be so good, dude. Run it. I said you were mentioning Skyrim. I just reset stream. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should just try do some Skyrim at some point then. Okay. Do they get disabled? No, they don't get disabled. They don't get disabled. Let me check something. Is this also having the FPS dip from having the cozy engine? Not cozy, but the cozy scene running in the background. If I were to close this, what happens to FPS? Higher now. 130 FPS consistently, or consistently above 100 FPS. Wow. I can't wait to get the beater phone and just see how it works on a really low performance device. Okay, and these are not disappearing, which is no good. No good. Okay, another question to ask. Is perhaps my Y window too large? Cull height is 5, it becomes 10, but we have like 128 things, I think. So I think it should still be a very lean window. Minus cull height plus cull height. I should also check to make sure my logic here is correct. Actually, we don't just continue. If it exists in scene, if it contains key, it means it exists, which means we need to disable it. Actually, no, but we don't work. This is this only concerned about inclusion. So if it doesn't need to be included or created, it just returns less than min x slot position y is less than min x min y, and then slot position dot y is greater than max x. So it's outside of these range. We continue on. Does not need to be included, and then we iterate through this list. Yeah, okay. No, this makes sense to me. It seems like we're good so far. Respond. I'm sorry, man. What happened? You know, checking my math. Is this pre-recorded? No, it's not pre-recorded, man. Hi. It's my faceless AI coding channel. Well, yo, what are you making? I'm making a game, and I'm trying to fix this optimization that I'm trying to do, where you don't create objects for everything that's you don't create objects for everything in the world. You just create objects for everything that's visible to the player. So we had like a little explanation earlier about how this whole model and view. It's not really view or model. It's the way I'm thinking about it. The terms I'm using to describe to it. But yeah, this is kind of how I'm thinking about this. For this game. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for, Google Play. I can see big problem because please forward port 22. No, I'm good, dude. I'm good, Buddha. Buddha toes. It's a backdoor. Just Google it. Okay, thanks, TSD. Thank you for looking at that. Been finding it hardest thing to do. It's hard in the beginning, but you get over it. I started with just GameMaker and GML. Super simple game engine. Makes it pretty easy to do the things you want to make some 2D games. How much time make it? This is day 14 of working on this game. I'm not sure I want to include this because it's such a one-off. Not one-off, but I did this so late in the day. I hate it. I feel kind of disappointed I wasted time with the Cozy Engine stuff, and I don't even have the progress to show for it. But that's what bothers me. It was supposed to be a quick thing, but it took way longer than it should have because I want it to be fancy. It is what it is, though. We have... all this stuff seems to make sense so far. And I worry that maybe, because this is a vector 2, but we're using, these are integer, these should be integer values. Min x, max x, cull height 3, player 0, 1, rotation annihilation, player 1 times 0.5 to go from the -1 to 1 to z -0.5 to 0.5, and we shift it up by 0.5, so it's from a 0 to 1 range, and then we multiply with board chunk height, which should result in a, I mean, it should really be an integer value to be robust, but you get the idea. It should be like a sliding window. Let me even let's print this out too while we're at it. Actually, no. We're gonna do player y of, and then we're gonna do board chunk height, and then we're going to recompile this, re-import, and we're going to try this out. C# for this project, C++ for the other project, and then GLSL for shader code here. let's see what's working here. Let's also, let's look at the console. Come on. I should probably add some actual helpful text to differentiate this. And then we start it. Project console. Console. Run. Do this. Run it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it really is. This is how I live, man. This is how I work. And it's by choice because I have actually other monitors over here too. So this is not choice. This is not a necessity. This is desire. This is just what peak looks like. When will this game be made? I'm trying to make it in 3 weeks. This is day 14 or 13.5, if you will. Okay. So you get on here. This is strange. The value like jumps up rapidly. And as I go up, it's like starting to decrease. So yeah, I think that the way I'm mapping this data is not correct. I'm not happy with the way we're mapping this data. Or maybe even like the data I'm actually, it's not, I'm working with a bad assumption here. So if I go to player and hide the stats. Let me go here. No, the data is working the way I'd expect it to. Wait, what was that? No. Okay, let's use mouse and keyboard. Because I have more finite control here. So we're going from 0 to 90, 100, and 180. No. Negative 180. And it turns into, no, it's not even 180, but. And it goes to positive, and it works its way down from there. Okay. So yeah, negative 180 to 180. Okay. Yeah, so I instead want to do, what we're going to do, we're going to do a linear interpolation. I think that's how I'm going to get the value I want to get. So this is, we're first going to do this, and then I'm going to do the math we did here to make this actually player Y01, which is going to be, what do we do? We're going to do, it's weird because it's going to jump across, but I think it should be fine. It should be fine, I think. So we're going to do times 0.5 here. Layers to this plus 0.5. That's going to do the transformation I'm looking for. And then what we're going to do is going to do a math F. There's probably a simpler way to do this without having to do interpolation, but I'm tired. This is how I'm thinking about it. We're going to do 0 and 1, and we're going to do player 0, 1. Actually, not even do this multiplication. We're going to do no, this is dumb. Yeah, this is dumb. This is actually dumb. Why do this? We can do... I think I just need to chill. I'm just gonna, I know for a fact there's a simple math way of doing this. I'm just overlooking it. I feel a little bit tired. So I think I'm just gonna leave this as is. I don't know. It's something super simple. A vector product. I don't think I need to do a vector product for this. It's literally just remapping the theta value from negative 180 to 180 to be instead 0 to 360, where 0 is both the same value for both of them. Like an input of 0 should be 0 here, and it just winds all the way through. Adding 180 is not going to do that. How do we do this? And I'm gonna feel like a glue. I know I can do a simple like ternary thing, but I just don't want. I feel like there's a clean, discrete mathematical expression to represent this, right? Like that's what I'm seeing. But like, I guess the simplest thing really is just go, hey, is this greater than? In fact, let's make this even easier. It's going to boil down to just player theta is greater than 0, as it's positive. Then you're just going to return player theta divided by 360. Otherwise, if it's negative, it's gonna be player theta 360 minus player theta, and then divided by 360. Like that's how it would be, I imagine. Because then, like, from here to there, it's going to be a maximum of 0 to 0.5. Whereas here, in fact, this could be just... Yeah, it could just be plus, because this is going to be a negative value. So 360 plus this negative value divided by 360. So it has, like, that... It's from the winding from the other side. And then that would be the correct value, I think. And there's no need to player. And then this would just be player valued times player y 01 times board height. Re-import, let's run it. Let's see what happens. So is this giving me the values I want to see? No, because it's 0 here. And then from over here, it's like 120 something. No, these are not the values I want to see. Going from the other side, so negative 30 degrees minus 360 would produce. Yeah, it'd produce like a 2 or 330. 360 plus negative 30 degrees. 330 divided by that would produce a value greater than 0.5, almost close to 1. That makes sense. And then we also have to do mod, because there's multiple, because with quaternions you have, but this is, like, is this going to produce, does it do dual coverage? It's not going to produce, I know quaternions are dual coverage, but like, or dual winding, but like, when you do Euler angles, I'm not sure if it actually covers that. I mean, I can try to be extra safe by just doing, hey, we're going to do mod, have this be mod 360 to make sure that it's not exceeding that. But I don't think that's going to be the case. That's, I have to worry about that. And even then, it wouldn't explain the issues I'm encountering now. That's X coordinate, not Y coordinate. Board chunk height, player theta. Player theta, player Y01. Yeah, that's X angle though. Like you rotate for the Y rotation, it's on the X angle. Yeah, so rotation here aligned with the Y axis is going to be on the X, is along the X axis. So this is correct. Call height 3. Player theta. I'm gonna increase this back to where it was. So we get the angle here. Mod 360 to cover the case of dual coverage. We do player 01 equals player Y01 equals. If player theta is positive, then we just do simple 3 divided by 360, which will produce a value to should up to 0.5, because that's what I'm seeing, because it goes up to 180. Otherwise, oh brother, no, actually, let me look at the angle value again, because I think that this might. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna minimize this. I'm gonna look at the player. Stop rotating. You're going back to an angle of 0. The player, this is what I'm looking for. I cannot override rotation. Oh, there's an internal value I'm storing. Oh, isn't there? Yeah, there is. Okay. So we're going to keep going until we get to 180. And it should go to negative, like approach 180 and then go into, no, it's continuing, and it gets to 360. Okay, no, it's getting to like a 250. So what? Is these values like Euler angles? Okay, no, that's it's approaching. No, it's what? See, I thought I was just doing that. It's subject to that trigonometric thing where you just get values between 0 to 180, but no, we're exceeding 180. Going well to 2 something, and we get almost a 270. It wraps to negative 100. Am I missing something? Am I missing something, dude? Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy. power, but it will not exceed 360. Well, I know it's not going to exceed 360. The issue is it's not getting to 360. It's not even approaching 360. It approaches like 250 something and then flips to a negative negative 100. And that's what's weirding me out. Because I fully expect it, fine, approach 360 and don't exceed it, or approach 180. That makes sense. 250, like that is weird. Unless it's something in my code. That's just weird because it's authoritatively, the player component is authoritatively setting the rotation. So I'm willing to bet that it's actually something in my code, not Unity. Because I believe if I were to take a normal game object, like for example this cube, and rotate it like that, it should, yeah, it gets to, okay, no, stop. $120, $150, $170, $180, exceeds $180, gets to $200, $250, $280, $290, $300. Okay, so it supports multiple windings. So I think it's something in my code where it's like producing the correct visual value, but the actual underlying value is not what is used. It is not mapping the correct winding, which breaks how I'm able to do this, which means that I would have to I can't rely on quaternion.euler for this. I would have to derive the value from a sinusoidal function. I have to do some trigonometry, I think. Because we have position and we can reliably get some kind of angle. It's just not going to be the one we want. Because that's only going to be good for it's this weird ambiguous thing where there's a bunch of different quadrants that may not be it. We have where's the segency? There's math segency. We have this function here for deriving is it not here? I know for a fact I have a function like this somewhere here for getting for this angle business. I forgot, getting angle from a position where the orientation is around origin. Play grid. Did I get rid of it or something? Asine remap. Yeah, we use asine to calculate, and then you get depending on the value, you get the different quadrants. The different quadrants for the negative and positive values for 180. When I was messing around with a Euler rotation and Blender geometry, yeah, it's a weird thing because you aren't using power.pi equals v underscore. Wait, what do you mean p? What do you mean power? You keep saying power. P equals v underscore I. You change x and not y. What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean by power? Because I'm not storing the data in that. Velocity is weird because velocity isn't a purely positional thing, because I have translations wrapped around the cylinder. So the X component's translation, but the Y component is rotation. So I think I might just do the sign thing. The A sign. How do this? How learn? Just doing it, JHS. Yeah, I'm coding a game, 40K. Why Unity over Unreal 5? Unity's lighter weight. You can compile to WebGL. That's one thing that was important to me. And you can architect the project the way you want to architect it. You're not subject to having to do things the way Unreal's defined it for you, which may be good or bad. So if you want to have control, Unity's a bit better than that. Though there's still a lot of things that Unity just kind of forces you to do it their way. But it's very much more minimal compared to UE5, or just UE in general. Try thinking about how to make a 1D object into 2D object into 3D. What? Try thinking about how to make a 1D object into a 2D object and into a 3D object. Euler works in oscillations. No, it's because it has a capacity for a 3D variable. Just doing it, JHS. Just have an idea of what you want to make and start working on it. Google things as you come across it. Choose an engine. That's an easy place to start, and then start working with it. The common ones are Godot, Unity, Unreal Engine. There's also stuff like GameMaker, Stencil. I don't really like Stencil though. No GitHub solution. No GitHub solution for yeah, I'm on Codeberg, and this is all private stuff. So. Maybe I'm just tired, man. Yep. Let's go back at this. But yeah, no, because like my player, because I'm not using rigid body to determine this. This is not determined by normal physics stuff. So I think the way my player component is assigning the value for the rotation is not gonna work in this case. Because it's not bound to the same value ranges I'm looking for. Let me see though, or maybe it is. Maybe it is actually. Maybe this is actually fine. Current angle, angular velocity times delta time, and then we do transform local rotation, and we create a Euler angle from this current angle, and this angle is actually unbounded now that I think about it. But even then, I don't think it would produce the same weird stuff that we're seeing. It's weird because it's not wrapping at like 360 or 180. It's like stopping at like 250 or 260, which just feels very weird. Very weird. Very, very weird. I knew getting the player Y or mapping the player Y to my model coordinate would not work the way I'd want it to. That was gonna be a thing. Let's see here though. Yeah, let's see here. I forgot to divide where. Let's start. Let's update where I do this. Left margin. You divide by 360 here, divide by 360 here. Plus data. I should normalize that. Yeah, because it's a negative. We know for a fact it's a negative value, so it's gonna be 360 minus this. If it wraps the way I'm assuming to, but I think like this is not gonna be fine because it's not wrapping the way I'd assume it to. Player Y. Equations? What do you mean power? Why do you keep saying power? And extrude it to a 3D, like 3D printing. Okay. What do you mean? Okay, let's look at this. Wait, stop. Power. Equation. No, you're not talking about voltage, right? That's not what you're talking about. Not P over P equals I times V. Wattage over time. Actually, is that what the W stands for here? Yeah, that's for like electrical vehicles, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm assuming there's more physics orientated. Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you mean? What do you mean, how come I don't know this stuff? For int... Wait, Derek, why are you talking about this 3D iteration? Dimensionality reduction mapping. When dealing with complex functions or data clusters, we use algorithms to map high dimensional space into three-dimensional while keeping neighboring points close. While keeping neighboring points close to each out. But I'm not really doing like I know visually it looks like that, but I'm not doing three-dimensional mapping. I'm doing angular. Like the Y is just the component on angle. Like I found it easier to store my own vector 3 Euler angles properties to exactly like I expected. Actually, you know what? That's a good point, Jeremy, because I do keep track of my own Euler angle. I do keep track of that in the player. Now that I think about it, yeah, current angle. Why don't I just make a property to access it? Because that's for sure within the value range. That's gonna for sure behave the way I'm expecting this to behave. At least I believe. And then we can go to game board. Manager, we can go to update. We can go into so instead of accessing this, we can instead just yoink player dot current. What do I call it? Is it just, isn't it? I'm pretty sure I have current angle, yeah. Why are you saying I'm crazy? That's a transform. Oh my goodness. Oh, because killing me. Tear me apart. Tear me apart. Yeah, leave that as transform. I have the player as a singleton. Screw it. I could just do this. I think I have the player as a... See, ambiguous naming is not great. Not great. But I guess this is how we distinguish it. Instance, current angle. Okay. Let's try this again. Math is math if you know it makes sense. Yeah, but I don't think you like what this is happening here is not a okay, let's see. Yes, it's behaving exactly how I want to. Like the actual code is not, but like the actual value that I'm reading out is exactly the value it's supposed to be. Yeah, this is fine. Yes. Yes, finally. It just I had to use the Euler angle I was storing internally instead of using the one that from the transform. Yes, finally. I was being gaslit. The math was fine. It was just the value from the transform that was the issue. Now it's still not behaving correctly the way the culling's working. But I don't think that's direct. Actually, is it? Is it just that my window is shifted a little bit? Or maybe my origin is not where it's supposed to be. Because I'm assuming the grid wraps here at 0, but maybe the grid's wrapping somewhere else. But I am seeing the culling that I desire to kind of have happen. The things that I need to pop in are popping in where they... On like the vertical, the angular axis. The culling is not happening. So that I need to check out. My inputs are inverted? What do you mean inputs are inverted? Oh, because you can't see it because there's a cylinder. There's an invisible, this is, you're rotating around a cylinder. I have it disabled just for easy debugging for me. But yeah, no, this is actually, this is not inverted. Readjusting the math to the original I had. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I need to place an object at 0, 0, 0, just to understand where this angle is in relation to the other stuff. 24/7? No, I'm just doing a long stream today, I guess. It's been 5 hours though. That's kind of wild. Oh my goodness. Sweet. So the issue, origin issue, not in the way you'd think. Not in the way you think, but I think it's it's just a matter of mapping this correctly. Like I have this model version of it. I just need to make sure that the 0, 0 I have or the origin I have for the model matches reality. In which case, the way I do the mapping here needs to be adjusted. Oh, brother. Unity. I'm gonna blame Unity for this. Okay. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Min x, max x, and then we define a min y, which is the player y minus this. This could also be wrong. Oh, because we also have this like clamping thing to make sure it's within range. because like this is a value. The space we're in right now only maps from 0 to the board chunk height. So we additionally have this other step here where we do this min. But I don't think this is gonna work here because this is like a positional thing where everything x extends to infinity in either way. This is a rotation thing, meaning that the values that go below 0 should actually be remapped. So like, for example, if, yeah, so we have to do like min y equals, and then if min y is like less than 0, then we do board chunk height minus min y, or plus min y, because we know for a fact it's negative. Otherwise min y. Leave it as is. And then we do something similar for max y. But what we do is that if it's greater than board chunk height, maybe it have to be -1, or maybe be inclusive. We do board chunk height minus a max y, or plus, no, minus max y wait, what am I gonna do here? We get the difference. Actually, we do max y minus, because it's bigger, we're gonna get the difference between these two. And then after we get the difference, we're gonna, that's actually literally it. That's actually it. That's all she wrote. And then otherwise do max y to make sure these are within the correct value ranges. And I think that should be like correct. And then why is this it's showing it's not used here? Value signed is not used in any execution path. What does that mean? Why do you think that? One second. If I comment this out, does it also show you here? No, it is. Assign is not used in any execution path. What? We don't use min y in any capacity here? Yeah, we do. We use min y right here. You're crazy. Why am I trying to get... Why are they trying to play my mind? I'm trying to get gaslit. Seen that before. I mean, I can guess what it's for, but what does it do? Is it like a function? Are you able to use it like that? No, so I'm using, it's a constant. It's a constant. And it defines, oh, whoa. That was pretty gnarly. This is not behaving as I intended it to. So as you can see, there's things that appear in and out. And as I move on the x-axis, things either disappear or reappear. And that worked fine on the x. I'm trying to make this also happen on the y, where only the things close to you here are visible, but all the stuff behind you should disappear. But that's driven by angle. So I have like this board X and Y defined that indicate like the data of, okay, this is where everything should exist conceptually. And now I'm managing how I'm managing what objects are actually being displayed and rendered. Yeah, I use i3. Yeah, here's my system. Here is my OS. Or not OS, but the OS I'm using. Yeah, so like, I think I have it over here. I explained it a little bit earlier on stream. But basically, we have this, and it was just, I used to cull just by the X position. So only everything within the player's, within a certain range of the player on the X-axis would be rendered, and everything outside of it would be disabled. But now I'm making it where it's not only the X, but also a certain angle with distance within the Y, or the angle of the player, to allow things to be visible here, and everything outside of that is disabled. So we have two different levels of representation in this game. We have like a model representation, which is like just a full state of everything, right? So like a very lean data, like, you know, a couple bytes, that indicates what type of entity exists, where on the coordinate grid, where on this like X position and Y angle does exist, and that's it, right? It's a very small amount of data per entry, but that's because there could be a lot of entries. There could be like 10,000 objects you'd want to have mapped in this entire level. And then we have this view level, which is going to be the objects that are actually visible within this little frustum of the camera and within a certain distance. So yeah, so right now I'm just mapping, I'm deriving like the Y value, this angle. That's what Y represents. It's not actually positional because we're rotating around a cylinder. So Y is actually a theta value, essentially. Or actually, you can think about it more like we have a set number of columns across our cylinder, and there's a column, a row 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, until we get to our height, maximum height value here. And that's what the board height constant is. This board chunk height represents how wide is the amount of data, how many entities wide is it, and then how many, the height of it. Empty game object, calculate every angle, determine which are deactivated, or I know how to do it. There's a bunch of different techniques for occlusion. The thing is that the fact that I have this simple discrete like buffer with the data already available makes it easier just to kind of call it based off of, like, pull it from the object pool or return it to an object pool based off of like this deterministic analytical approach, right? That is pretty cheap computationally. That's like the biggest draw, right? There's other techniques that exist, but they're a bit more involved. I mean, there's probably some that are a bit more simpler too, but this is the simplest. This is the one that seems more straightforward, with the data provided, or the data that already exists to make this work. But yeah, that's kind of how this works. What's up, Mr. Noob? 26. And what's up, Fredo2? But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with this. ATD, what's going on? Glad to have you here. So we have like this two parts, or three major parts of this code of like constructing the view, finding out which objects in our model should be represented, given just this simple X coordinate and Y coordinate, and then going from here, and then making them exist or ignoring them. So this function is chiefly concerned just with objects that need to be kind of summoned, created. And we avoid redundancies, and if it needs to be created, we do this. And that's what this exists for the Y version of it. And I think the logic here is fine. I think the issue is with the either value in the min and max y or within the player position slot position dot y. Now I'm using Rider and Unity. It's yelling, but it's the same value, right? Like, we have this ternary operator. We get the original value, and we're doing this ternary operator with this original value we calculated here. And we're just doing something different. Like, if it's a negative, then we do this. We override the value with this instead. And then if it's not negative, we just reassign it with itself. Thank you, man. Thank you, Psycho. The render distance of the camera and hiding. Yeah, but the thing is, like, just because you don't visually see it doesn't mean that the meshes exist and that all that other stuff exists. Like, that works if you actually have the game objects existing in the scene and you're just letting the camera cull the visuals. But, like, what this is existing to do is to not even have those objects exist and not it's to like limit the total number of mesh render components and instances of these meshes in general, right? Yeah, I get that, but you're not using the value you calculated, no? Yeah, I get that, but you're not using... Yes, I am using the value I calculated. If, for example, min y is positive, we're going to reassign the value min y. Like, this is just an if statement. What we're doing here, essentially, is just this. Honestly, it's literally just if min y is less than 0, then we return this. We assign min y to be this instead. Otherwise, and this is a redundant part, but I thought it looked more cleaner, but maybe I just might get rid of it. I don't want to do an if statement. Well, otherwise you just do min y equals min y. So the original, in the case of like min y being positive, the value is preserved in this statement. So it's not like the value is being discarded. It's only discarded if it's negative, and even then we're using the original value to get the correct value for it. So I'm not sure why Rider is being very weird about it. Unless like we override it down low somewhere else, but I don't think we do that. I don't see it here happening. In fact, we can go at every single instance of this call. Oh, here's the issue. Okay, wait a second. Yeah, you're right. Good job. I'm wrong. I was actually so wrong. The issue wasn't with the ternary operator. It's the fact that I actually assigned it on max y as well. Thank you. My bad. I was wrong. Never question writers' syntax highlighting. That's a lesson we have learned. I was hoping that would fix things, but no. That did not fix things. I'm not getting the behavior I wish to see here. I'm seeing things pop in. But, yeah, no. What if I make this like obscenely small? Like, only 4 rows. Is there anything else I did wrong here? Let's look at this. Min y equals player y minus call height. Less than 0, we do this, min y, okay. Then we have max y equals player y plus call height. Max y is greater than bomb chunk, or board chunk height. If that's the case, we do max y minus board chunk height, because it's bigger than it, then that'll be fine. And then max y, okay, cool. Okay, I don't think we did anything else dumb there. What's going on, Chimirko? Good to see you. Let's reload, re-import. Christina, it's like the Green Goblin thing, right? Or was it the Green Goblin? Who was it who said it? They didn't. Either way, it's like they didn't care who I was until I put the mask on. Oh, yeah, people didn't care until I started using a CRT. I didn't. It's not even for the views either. I just like it. It's just fun. I use this personally, like even off stream. It's pretty fun. Yeah, we're getting some weird behavior though. Weird behavior. And the culling, like the object restoration isn't happening. They're failing tests of some kind. It's very weird. It's very strange. I am perplexed. No, that's the game engine project. No, we're not doing that. Here we are. And do we do this int max thing, the int casting? Okay. I need to stand up. I've been sitting down too long. Been sitting down too long. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, you can hear my knees cracking. Oh, brother. Getting old. Ooh, that's not good. All right. Let me use the bathroom, guys. In fact, this is a great time and opportunity to use the application. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, maybe grab some snacks and stuff, and then we'll see what happens. Maybe I do some Skyrim, maybe we keep working on this. I don't know, we'll figure out something. Run. Hey, there's Cozy Cabin Games. All right, be right back. Be right back. Yellow. What's going on here? Are you trying to sleep and end my scrolling? Yeah, Crazy Games. Go rest, man. Why is it idle? Just letting it run, man. Just letting it run, do its thing. Anyways. So. Let me think. What is the desire here? I feel a little tuckered out. But I feel like I wish I got more done. I'm still kind of mad about the cozy scene because I feel like I could have gotten it to work. I could have gotten it to work. I still feel like I can make it work right now. If I abandon the sprite atlas thing and just make it Yeah, I'm not sure. As far as the board thing though, let me actually, a simple way to just see how we're mapping it is that we have a place item function here. Get position on grid given the x and y value. So what do we do here? Theta math.lerp 0 to 360. Okay, that's the way we're thinking about it. And 0 is going to be y. What? Why am I doing a y divided by board chunk height? Oh, to see how far along you are. Okay, yeah. It's a normalized value. Okay. And then math f dot degree to rad. All right, and because these take radians. Okay. And then yeah, you know what? Let's just test this out. Let's just see what value it spits out if I give it like an identity. Get position on grid 0 0. Print grid origin a, and we're gonna return. We're gonna re-import and run it. Do I know quite a bit, but also none at all? It's very strange. I feel like I don't know any programming language expertly. I work with C#. I do stuff with C and C++. I've done some script stuff with TypeScript and PHP and yeah, there's probably something else there. I did some stuff with Rust for a little bit too. Let's see if we can find origin. That's the Y value. Grid origin. What? Produces a value of zeros. Okay. Why 0 0? That I don't understand. Do I have to do this before initialization? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, because radius is not assigned. It's a default value. Okay. Okay, run it back. What's going on, Melon? Odessa, what's going on, Odessa? I'm making a 2D game, but I'm making, or like a 3D 2.5D game, but I'm trying to finish writing this optimization. That's probably a little premature, but whatever. I like trying to write good code or performance stuff. I wish I had like a metric, but I don't think it's worth doing it for the volume of things you have to do. Okay, yeah, so y, x0, y0, and then forward on the z-axis. Okay, that's exactly what you want. That's exactly the origin I'm expecting to see from this. So, yeah, I think that's actually just correct. So let's see what's happening with this thing. So are the things appearing where they're supposed to be? No, if that one appear like, I guess kind of, but also not. Yeah, these guys are appearing like not where they're supposed to. Like they're appearing over there, not behind the player, not in front of the player. This is very strange. This is very strange. It's weird because like things are not popping up, but they're also not disappearing when you go over them. Like sure, if there's an offset, it would still work though. Like it would just get disabled at a different rate, but like where these are appearing and disappearing, they're like all over the place on as far as the Y angle is concerned. So what does that mean for me? We do mod 360, the current angle. So that's something. That is something. Wait, what are you guys talking about? What's going on, range? Yeah, I feel like I was close, but I'm not. It's like no cigar. Unless the key value is just, no, it's a vector 2. It's the board value. Oh, that's another thing that I need to keep track of. Which is if the min is like really, okay. Okay, this is even worse. This is like making this game be on a cylinder has awakened so much weird math things I have to just kind of deal with. Because not only for culling here, not only, like let's say the player's here, and let's say origin is like, this is 0, and then this is like, I don't know. The board, let's say the board height's like 10, so this is 10. So not only if we have like the player, let's say like right here, because normally we have like, okay, the ideal situation is the player's somewhere here, and their minimum is like, let's say 2, and then maybe this is like, the maximum value is like 4, right? That's cool. This is the min value, that's the max value, that's how we're determining this. Max value is this plus whatever, right? That makes sense. But if there's a scenario where the player is like, let's say, this is origin again, and this is, up here it's going to be like 0, and this 10. Like a max value 10 right here. If the player's right here, and we get their max value, like we do plus, and then it's too big, so we have to actually wrap it around. The plus value might be like, the max value might be 2, and the min value might be might be 8. So you go, oh no, that's bad. So what if instead we just did change the values? So we always use the biggest value for max, and then the min value is always a smaller value. If we do that, then this would be min, this would be max, and anything over here, anything over here would be included for visualization instead of the values we want to have right here. So we have to like do this switcheroo depending on that. Oh, brother. No, that should be straightforward. It's just an extra dumb case that we have to cover. Where now this is not clean cut. There's like that extra scenario we have to do, which is not great. So what do we do? What is a guy to do? We can do like a more complicated thing where it's like, hey, we're going to do one type of conditional if min x, min y is less than min max x or max y. If this is a scenario, then we just do this simple comparison. Which Linux? Here you go. That's what I'm using. Otherwise, we do like, what's the case in this scenario? In this scenario, we do is greater than max and less than min. Awesome. So we continue if it's this is for if outside range. So in this case, if it's less than y, yep. In this case, if it's this and this. So position is greater than max y and is less than min y. And this has to be an or situation as well, because these statements cannot always be true, or cannot always be true. Actually, now that I think about it, because like if the value's here, then it can only be greater than max, and it cannot be also less than 2. It has to be greater than 8 or less than 2. So like, okay, great. And we have to tighten this one too, because that's to be a perfect inversion. So we only skip if it's less than min y or max. Yeah. Okay. We now are aware of that though. And in our creation function here, we again have to do this accounting, and then we do the inversion of this one. So we return a pool if, we're looking for the valid cases. So like if min y is less than max y, then the ideal case is this is greater than this, and this is greater than this, and then over here it's going to be flipped. It has to be less than y or greater than max. Okay, here we go. Hopefully that solves all my problems. Did you what kind of language are you using? I'm using C# for this at least. Yeah, thank you, Millen. Okay. So far, not promising. This is not kind of promising, but not. Things are disappearing when they're supposed to on the X and Y, or not on the X axis, but on the Y, things are not, or are they? I can't tell. I have to exaggerate the Y height to be 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure the Y still isn't working. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Min Y is less than max Y. Okay, Y is less than max Y. Yep. That seems to be the case to me. Let's go change the... And it's already a really small cull height window, too. It's going to be like a value of like... only a maximum window of 2. Which is kind of crazy. Min Y is going to be player Y minus cull height. And the other one's going to be plus cull height. Try checking the function to the max output. 1 second, let's see. Okay. It's almost like these values are inverted and there's an offset. Because on the rotation on the Y, I'm seeing very few, I'm not seeing where any of these values are being hidden. And that's what's strange to me. That is what's strange to me. Come on. I need to increase the health. So here, there's like one that pops in for a second. Over there. What is going on here, man? Am I crazy? Okay, maybe it's an issue with iteration, because we're iterating only across the X values that are correct. So that should be fine, actually, because that's from the X values in the buffer. Yeah. Though I may want to change that, because like buffer. This may not be mapped the way I want it to. Or maybe it is. Yeah, no, it's a size. So it's a fixed size. It's not gonna be dynamic. So we can support multiple items being displayed in one row. So no, this is actually fine then. Is a good thing. Try it compiler inline lambda. Well, I'm not doing C++ right now, Juju. It's cool to know about it. I like using for each and the system link stuff. Okay, you know what? This is what we do. I think I'm gonna end stream here, guys. I think I'm a little tired, tuckered out. I need some water and food. I want to chill, I want to play Skyrim on stream, but I just want to chill off stream. I'll continue working and figuring this out tomorrow maybe, or just another time this week. But yeah, guys, thanks for your company. I hope you enjoyed this stream, guys. If I don't see you before New Year's, I hope you guys have a good New Year's Eve and a New Year's Day. Spend time with family, rest, relax, and get ready for the new year. But until next time, guys, thanks for watching. God bless, and stay cozy. Till next time, ta-ta.